Yes. They have
Yeah, that's
Whatever that. Yeah.
Well, Matt, good morning.
What's up?
Good seeing you. Somebody needs to mute their.
How do I do it?
Your.
Speakers.
What do you think I need to do?
Never run out of. One thing that's been really helpful the last 15 months is our vacancy rate. The agency's been very high.
Yes, that should stay.
7%. About 200.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people are new to their jobs, they don't do it really well yet. But at least we have a right of renewal.
Who's your?
And how many people are doing their job, another job, because maybe you're not hired in that.
Okay, we will call to order water board meeting number 8-26. This is the work session. This meeting is being held in Rexburg, Idaho at Spring Hill Suites. It is being live streamed on YouTube. First order of business is roll call. Mylene, could you please call the roll?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Barker.
Here.
Ms. Cole-Hansen. Here. Mr. Gibbs.
Here.
Mr. McMahon.
Here.
Mr. Olmstead.
Here.
Mr. Stevenson.
Here.
Mr. Van Stone.
Here.
And Chairman Raybould.
Here. Thank you, Mylene. Next up, we have the Idaho Soil and Water Conservation Commission. Mr. Patton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, George Hitz, who's the Deputy Administrator for the commission, will provide an overview of the Idaho Soil and Water Conservation Commission, its functions and its duties.
Good morning, George. Welcome to Rexburg.
Thank you.
All right, so like Brian said, I am George Hitz with the Soil and Water Conservation Commission, Deputy Administrator. And I'm just going to give a brief overview of the beginnings of the commission, how it was founded, and where we're at now, and kind of that process. So our history started with soils. When we talk about the commission, we do have to kind of go back to the Dust Bowl times. The Dust Bowl was the catalyst for the soil conservation movement that led to the commission. But it did not occur in isolation. It was a result of a series of compounding events. First, just to give a little bit of background, in 1914 to 1918, World War I, there was a high demand for producing wheat to support the war effort, which led to an overproduction. And then when the war ended, the price crashed. And then in the 1920s, tractors and mechanized farming came on the scene and made it much more easy and efficient to till up land. Combine this with the low crop prices and a lot of submarginal lands got brought into production. All this happened, and then a series of 4 droughts, nationwide droughts occurred, and created kind of like this perfect storm, leading to the economic and environmental disaster that we call the Dust Bowl. This prompted a federal response to address this issue, and in 1933, the Soil Erosion Service was created with 2 years of funding to kind of study the issue and find some solutions. And in that time, they did a nationwide survey the first year, and they discovered that 35 million acres in the US of formerly cultivated land were rendered basically unfarmable. And another 125 million acres that were rapidly losing topsoil. One estimate put the rate of topsoil loss at 1.2 billion tons across the Midwest, just between 1934 and 35. And this was just the Midwest. But the Dust Bowl didn't just occur in the Midwest, it also touched Idaho as well. In 1935, the Soil Conservation Act was passed, putting soil conservation as a national priority. And it established the Soil Conservation Service within USDA, which is it's now called the NRCS, or the Natural Resource Conservation Service. 2 years later, FDR sent a letter to all the governors of the states recommending that they pass legislation to formalize and create conservation districts across the country. They also created the Civilian Conservation Corps. And that was, those were created to combat the economic and environmental disasters. In Idaho, the CCC, or the Conservation Corps camps, were started around Moscow, and they created the first erosion control demonstration projects in the Pacific Northwest. Altogether, there were 163 camps in Idaho that did conservation work, trails, roads, and forestry work. For Idaho, that survey was critical in identifying a large portion of our state. Topsoil was being lost. More than half the landmass in Idaho, or 27 million acres, was affected by erosion, and a quarter of Idaho had already lost 75% of its topsoil. Idaho responded in 1939 by establishing the Commission, part of the Idaho Department of Lands, to help form and coordinate conservation districts. The commission was later moved to the Department of Agriculture in 1997. And then in 2010, the legislature granted the commission autonomy while leaving us under ISDA and statute. And then as of July, we are now located under IDWR in statutes. A year after establishing the commission, the first 5 conservation districts were established. Since then, district numbers have expanded to cover the entire state. At one point, we reached a peak of 55 districts, but currently we are at 50 districts in Idaho. And nationwide, there are about 3,000 conservation districts. Some of the initial projects that were districts were tasked with doing, especially around here: water delivery, flood mitigation, and tillage and land management were some of the practices that they did. And the work is not done. these resource concerns require continual effort and attention to address. Excessive erosion is still a major concern, even 86 years after the Dust Bowl, but thankfully not at that scale. Here's a satellite picture of wind erosion on the Eastern Bank Plain, just north of Idaho Falls. And we also have some significant water erosion issues as well. Here's a recent article about erosion near Moscow. And I did notice that Matt Weaver wrote this article, but it's a different. The district's commission and NRCS make up the Idaho Soil or the Idaho Conservation Partnership. We often use this three-legged stool analogy, where the legs of the stool represent local, state, and federal resources and agencies, each bringing together resources to support landowners and advocate stewardship. Landowners are the keystone component of any conservation that we do. They manage the land. Our work is voluntary, and it really does not happen without them. They know their farm the best in the management history and the context. And then there's the economics. Conservation choices must make sense economically to their operation. No conservation or active management happens if the farm or ranch goes out of business. Then there's the federal. NRCS and Farm Service Agency and USDA bring federal resources such as Farm Bill funding and their federal programs, technical assistance, conservation planning, research and modeling, and data collections. Data collections like climate data, snow survey, and soil survey. NRCS offices are also where many of our commission staff and districts are co-located. And then there's us. We support the districts, the work with partners to facilitate conservation. We distribute state funding, provide planning, administer conservation programs, and do public outreach and education. We also encourage districts to work together on broader scale projects and to include other partners as well. Like I said earlier, there are 50 locally led conservation districts that are organized in 6 divisions around the state. Districts are tasked with the conservation of natural resources in their area, particularly focusing on ag land, farms, ranches. Each district is a separate and individual subdivision of state government. They have their own capacities, priorities, goals, and programs. They are comprised of 5 to 7 unpaid, locally elected supervisors, and district staff range from shared administrative position to multiple employees and technical staff. District's funding comes from state funds distributed by the commission, from counties, cities, grants, program revenues, donations, and other sources. The median state funding districts receive annually is approximately $27,000 to $30,000. The commission's greatest asset is our people. Fully staffed, we have 18 people, including Director Weaver as our acting administrator, and 7 commissioners, which are nominated by the districts and appointed by the governor. We have 10 field positions, including 9 natural resource conservationists and 1 engineer. And then we have 8 staff that manage our programs and provide agency support and agency administration. This is our current interim org chart and a map of the areas that the districts, and the districts that each field staff cover, represented by the different colors. Blue dots represent our staff locations and the red dots represent the conservation district offices around the state. As you can see, each one of our field staff cover quite a large area of the state. Our services, we distribute state funds to districts. We coordinate and facilitate conservation efforts between partners, provide technical assistance like engineering, planning, grant writing, project development, implementation, and monitoring. And along with conservation districts, the commission is responsible for managing agricultural non-point source and protect water quality, largely through implementation of our anti-degradation plans, focusing on sediment, nutrient, and bacteria from agricultural and grazing activities. To promote and highlight commission programs and services, district projects, and partnerships, we produce a regular newsletter, videos, and social media posts. We also do a lot to assist districts and partners with landowner workshops and natural resource education. And then there's our programs. And what would any agency presentation would be without acronyms? So we have some here. We have the Resource Conservation Rangeland Development Program, RCRDP, which is our loan program. The total maximum daily load for the state's TMDL program that we work closely with DEQ on. And the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP, and the Water Quality Program for Agriculture, or what we call WAP. RCRDP is our loan program, provides low interest loans to producers to implement conservation projects on ag land, rangeland, and forested lands. Eligible activities include projects that will conserve water and soil resources, improve water efficiency, improve riparian areas, conserve and improve fish and wildlife habitat. This loan program worked well with other grants and with federal funding sources as well, where those are reimbursable or come after. This is a way that landowners can get funds ahead of time. Our TMDL program is the TMDL, total maximum daily load, is the maximum amount of a pollutant that can enter a water body and still meet EPA water quality standards. We work closely with DEQ to implement and create these plans. Our CREP program. CREP has been active in Idaho now for 20 years. It's a federal state partnership with USDA, FSA, and Idaho, where groundwater irrigators sign a 10-year contract to reduce groundwater use on the eastern snake river planting. Producers agree to establish their irrigated cropland and permanent vegetation and voluntarily curtail that water right in exchange for an annual rental rate from FSA and a match payment from the state. Program's goal is 50,000 acres in order to save 100,000 acre feet of groundwater per year. As of last fiscal year, federal fiscal year, we had 122 contracts totaling 9,621 acres. We are currently in federal fiscal year 2027, and so far, with 2 enrollment periods, we have added 37 contracts and 6,394 acres to the program starting in October. This year was definitely one of the best sign-up years. That
We have a question.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr.
Right.
Chairman, George, I really like this prep program and I'd like to see
let's get a lot more acres. And so I talked to farmers and there's at least three things that would improve it. In producer eyes anyway. And one of them is there seems to be a pretty large disparity between for instance, an acre in Bingham County and an acre in Cassia County. Well, the same groundwater type acres, generally the same crop rotations, but not enough money to get farmers to participate. Another one is there's the limit of $50,000, I believe it is, per landowner. And we got so many big farmers now that would be willing to maybe do a lot more than that if they could raise that limit. And the third thing is I talked to quite a few farmers that if they could do, rotate different parts of the farm on, say, 5 years rather than 10, which is more like their normal rotation. The 10-year requirement doesn't gain any more acres, but it does make it difficult for a farmer to keep his rotation. And I know this is not, your department, it's more NRCS, but those are some things I think we need to start working on at more the federal level, and then enhance it with our state funds or whatever to, if you don't irrigate if you don't take the water out of the ground, you don't have to put it back in. We spend a lot putting water back in, but we don't spend very much not taking it out, I guess you'd say. That wasn't really a question, just, soapbox.
And then lastly, we have our walk talk program. We received $5 million in both fiscal year 23 and 24 from the state legislature. And then the following 2 years, $1 million each. And with that $12 million in state general funds, we've been able to leverage that with match from landowners and other sources to complete $35.5 million in voluntary conservation. With that was 134 conservation projects, and 47 out of 50 of the conservation districts have sponsored one or more projects in that time period. That and then done. That's kind of like a brief history of and a summary of the commission, where we started and where we're at. Any questions?
Board members, I have a question. So what's the difference between the type of projects that are covered by Walk Pond and the other programs that you listed?
And other
And the
funding
other
programs
programs
like,
like CREP and
okay,
the TMDL program you're talking about, how does, what kind of project qualify for Walk?
for WACPA, projects that would conserve soil and water resources or improve efficiencies. So it could be anything from soil health practices to water sensors, monitoring sensors, irrigation projects, conveyance projects, and erosion type projects. So it fills a pretty wide gambit of what we do.
And do you have to show, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, do you have to show a specific water quality benefit? You have to monitor and say these projects are going to improve this.
Yes,
water quality, and then we're going to
they are ranked.
get out there.
Yeah, they are ranked based on that. One of the limitations of the walkout program is it's a 1-year program. So it's pretty much got to implement it really quickly. They do have to demonstrate that there is some water or soil savings as well. So either through modeling, using NRCS's modeling programs to determine what that soil savings or water savings would be.
So for example, if you were to put in a retention pond at the downstream end of an irrigated field, would that be something that would be qualification?
I think so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. I can answer to George. Now, the coming year with the legislature, the commission will have their own budget and it won't be mixed in with the water resources budget. Is that correct? Does anybody know the answer to
I'll
that?
let Director Weaver fill in, but I believe it's gonna be for this year. It
Yeah.
will be
It's separate right now.
separate, working towards being a merged budget.
So next year when the legislature meets, we'll still have separate budgets.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Van Stone, we're actually in meetings right now with Division of Financial Management exploring how we're gonna do that. Right now, it looks like we're going to start with the submittal of two agency budgets with the recommendation that they be merged during the JFAC process in the upcoming legislative session. The signal that we've gotten from LSO is likely in the authorization bill that gets issued at the end of the legislative session. They will take the formal step of combining the two budgets through that authorization bill.
They'll be combined, but it'll still be separate in a way too.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Van Stone, the idea right now is that there'll be one budget. It will be the Department of Water Resources or the Agency 360 budget. But within that, there will be a budget program, and that will be the Soil and Water Conservation Program. And when you establish something formally as a budget program, there are protections in statute that prevent money from being transferred in or out of that program. So one concern that we've heard is that once the department gets the money, they're going to move it out of that program and into another program at the department, and there are actual legal preventions from that happening.
Well, that's what I was concerned with, whether it be some money shuffling around down the road. But what you're saying, they're pretty well protected.
Yeah, if we can get it established as a program within the larger budget, it will have protections in place. There will also be transparency because the appropriation bills identify FTEs and money for each program within a budget. So the appropriation bill will actually, you'll be able to see in the language of the appropriation bill, the money and resources going to soil water conservation.
Okay. That's the plan.
The commission had a meeting last week and we had Lisa Harriet, who is the analyst for the board and the department and the commission there to speak to the commissioners about this process.
Okay, good. Well, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, George. Thanks for being here today. Okay, Mr. Patton, next up, we have Upper Snake Basin study update.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll have Amy Castle on by Zoom. And she will lead off and give a background on the Upper Snake Basin study and then hand it off to a presenter from the Bureau of Reclamation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, so this morning we will have a brief presentation by Rebecca Triolo with the Bureau of Reclamation. And she will talk about, she has a brief presentation on the status of the basin study and our next steps. But before we get to that, I just want to go over the evolution of the basin study and all the steps that we have taken essentially over the last year to get us to this point. So you may recall, it's been almost a year ago now, on September 12th, we did have a presentation by some reclamation staff and the Minidoka Irrigation District. They were expressing their interest in pursuing a basin study through the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart program. And at the conclusion of that presentation, the board directed the chair and the staff to prepare what's called a letter of interest. So we did that on October 14th. We prepared a letter of interest and submitted it to the Water Smart program. And then we learned by November 21st that our letter of interest was recommended for a full proposal. We started working on that proposal and held a virtual stakeholder meeting in mid-January. And we had approximately 40 participants in that meeting where we gave a presentation on the program and got some feedback and comments from those participating. And then on February 13th, we submitted our proposal. And on June 3rd, we learned that we were selected for the development of a plan of study. So staff has been working with reclamation staff since then to prepare, there's the planning documents and that go along with this, the plan of study. And so Rebecca is going to give a high level presentation on what that process looks like and the kind of documents we're working on at this time. I am pleased to announce that yesterday we did publish our requests for qualifications to find a technical consultant to assist us with the development of the basin study. And that submission deadline is September 17th. So with that, and I'll stand for questions if you have any now. If not, I will go ahead and pass it over to Rebecca.
Hey, board members, any questions for Amy? I think we're good, Amy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. So great to be working with you and the team. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, nice to virtually meet you. I hope to do so in person soon. But my name is Rebecca Triolo. I have been assigned as the study manager for the Upper Snake Basin study, and I manage large-scale planning projects and studies for the CPN region for reclamation. As Amy mentioned, after review of their proposal, the Idaho Water Resources Board was selected for the Basin Study Program on June 3rd of this year. So over the next 10 minutes, I'm going to guide everyone through our planning phase of this study. You really should be coming away from this presentation with a clear understanding of the requirements that our planning team, comprised of members from Idaho Water Resources Board and reclamation staff, that we are currently engaging in. So on the screen now, you are seeing a time frame. These time frames are established in our reclamation manual, Water 1301. And because we were selected on June 3rd, we have a minimum requirement of completing all of the planning documents that I will go into detail about in later slides within 1 year. So in June 3rd of next year is our ultimate deadline for completing this work. Once we have completed those documents, we start another clock. We then have 5 years to be able to complete all of our modeling and analysis and document it in our final report. Of course, this does not mean that we need to take up this much time, and it doesn't preclude us from keeping it shorter. However, at this phase in time, our team does not have a line-by-line schedule, so we wouldn't be able to give you any details on completion at this time. Next slide. So our planning phase, really our team's goal is to ensure that we are producing these required planning documents from the Basin Study Program. So our team is meeting bi-weekly to continue to progress this work. And then our internal team at Reclamation is meeting on those off weeks to be well prepared for our coordination with board members. During our execution phase, this is probably where folks have the most amount of questions, right? This is where we will be able to provide technical expertise through modeling, complete the basin study elements, as well as host our technical sufficiency review based on the amount of technical data and resources that are coming out of the basin study program. This is also the phase that we would have our public involvement. So I wanted to highlight the difference between what we are doing now and what we would in that execution phase. Next slide. All right, getting into the details of our required documents. So the first and most all-encompassing is our plan of study. So this really is going to serve as our project management plan between Reclamation and the Idaho Water Resource Board, and it will answer our common questions: the who, what, where, when, and how. Specifically, our reclamation manual outlines that our plan of study needs to include information on management structure, our decision-making process, the roles and responsibilities of all participants in the study, how we are going to be coordinating throughout the study, any methods that we're going to be using for our technical analysis. This is where we will document our schedule and cost control, as well as any deliverables that will be coming from the study. Next slide. We also have a requirement to do a communications and outreach plan. The purpose of this document is really to ensure that we are effectively maintaining communication with interested basin study stakeholders and the public to provide, seek, and receive information regarding the ongoing basin study. So in this plan, we're going to address our future contents that will be published on a reclamation website, any contact information for folks that are curious about the basin study and who they would reach out to, how any future press or news releases would be written from our team, how we would outline or collect a list of folks to ensure that we are distributing information appropriately, and also a framework for when we would host public meetings at strategic points throughout the study. We'll also address how we would utilize social media to share information about our study. Next slide. Our third required planning document is our technical sufficiency review plan. So the purpose of this document is to outline our approach and methodology for reviewing all technical information, data, models, analysis, and conclusions of the study. So in this plan, we will be addressing the timing of those reviews, the scope of each of those reviews, how they will be conducted, the amount of people that will be included in those reviews, and a plan for selecting those reviewers. Next slide. All right, all of these planning documents will feed into our memorandum of agreement. This will be supporting information and attached to our MOA. And this really establishes our 50% cost share between Reclamation and the Idaho Water Resources Board to conduct the execution phase of the study. Next slide. So all of these documents, while we will be putting some good work together as a writing team, will need some significant level of review. Our planning team will be coordinating these reviews through multiple groups throughout Reclamation to ensure their completeness. So these groups will have representation from our field and area office. Here at the regional office, we will have reviews of these planning documents from our water management staff, our project management staff, our planning staff, and as well as our public affairs group. And ultimately, all of this information will need to be reviewed and approved by our Water Resources and Planning Office in Denver prior to us receiving the full study amount for execution. Next slide. And then once all of this hard work is complete, we can transition into our execution phase. We will, as a team, be publishing these planning documents on our basin study website once they are in their final state. And then we will be starting the more fun work of actually executing our study. Next slide. And to give folks a sneak peek into how we will be executing that study, we will have 4 different teams managing the work that will come out of the basin study. The first will be our facilitation management team, which will focus on coordination essentially of all of these teams. Our project management team will comprise of decision makers between Reclamation and the Idaho Water Resources Board. Our technical support group will include anyone who is producing products, data, models, or reviewing our study. And then our public involvement team will support outreach, reporting, and of course, public involvement in meetings. Next slide. So I hope that you now understand the requirements of our planning phase. Take the time for today and happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions on the process? We have no questions here. Are we back to Amy? Or is that complete?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is what we had for you today. So I think if there are no questions for us, we can probably move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, thank you both very much for your presentation. We look forward to getting started on this process.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Bureau of Reclamation Teton Dam presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have presenters from the Bureau of Reclamation to talk about, the history of Teton Dam and what all happened there. Don't know if Ryan was going to do an intro, or you're just going to hand it off to the presenters by Zoom.
We'll just hand it off to Brian.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it looks like we have Keenan Arnold and Christopher Regelski on by Zoom to give us this presentation.
Okay, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Chris Regelski. I am the program manager for the Dam Safety Program.
And my name is Keenan Arnold, Dam Safety Coordinator for the Pacific Northwest.
I'm going to talk about the 1976 Teton Dam failure. Just a quick overview. The part one, we'll talk about the design, construction, the failure sequence, the post-failure investigation, the conceptualized failure theories. Then on to part two, which Keenan will present, will be the reclamation culture before Teton, design and construction lessons learned, changes to the organization, and reclamation's dam safety program today. So here's a historical setting. In the 1930s to 1960s was the golden era of reclamation. We built lots of major projects, iconic dams. They're all federally driven projects with large budgets. In the 1970s, that's when the era started to come to a close. Tighter fiscal constraints, fewer optimal dam sites were left, increased labor costs, and greater awareness of environmental impacts. But there continued to be interest in projects. So the site that we were talking about, where Teton was in eastern Idaho, generally volcanic tableland surrounded by high mountains, watershed of the Snake River, semi-arid climate, sparsely populated. At the time, densities range from 1 to 70 per square mile. This site was looked at early in reclamation projects. It was considered suitable for agriculture with sufficient irrigation. So a little background, the dam site was first studied in the 1930s. There was a site reconnaissance report completed in 1961, and the project was championed by local and state politicians. The project authorization by Congress came in 1964, and the repayment contract with Fremont Irrigation District in 1969 estimated about cost of $48 million. So again, I was just talking about, there was a site reconnaissance done early, the pilot grouting program in 1969 to obtain information. There was lawsuits that kind of slowed things down in the beginning, multiple injunctions. Case was dismissed in 1974, and then construction was awarded and notice to proceed in 1971. Again, that site geology, again, this location was looked at. It basically had thick deposits of alluvium in the valley. This will be really critical to a lot of the discussion. Highly fractured volcanic rock along the abutments. Again, that pilot grouting program indicated really high grout takes for the upper 70 feet. And there was, at that time, it was very concerning about the cost of grouting for this budget could exceed what the estimates were. Again, the design was about 405 feet total structural height, somewhat unusual geometric zoning of different materials, as you can see in this layout. They were trying to maximize using local material. That material was silty and non-plastic, which is very highly erodible material. There were no engineered filters in the transition zones only. There was a cutoff trench that was in the bedrock to try to minimize flows. There was triple line of grout curtains specified to be addressed this concern, but obviously only one got done. And then the grouting trench, or the key trench, which we'll show pictures of, was a very, very steep and very steep within the trench. And that'll play into the failure mechanism again too. So just for looking at this, the arrow shows that the water was impounded down here and flowed by this arrow north. You can see these key trenches that were along the sides. So this is looking downstream, and you can see on your right side, this is where the failure occurred. And we'll show more details about that. But you can see these three, what was specified was 3 different grouting lines, and only one was done because of cost. Again, so here's another one. We're talking about those key trenches. They go up the side of the abutments. They're very steep. There was no precedent for doing this previously. Superficial resemblance to a cutoff trench. They were basically used to replace pervious overburden material with impervious embankment material. The idea was that it would cut off the seepage. They were placed, in bedrock, and the idea was that they were really would reduce the cost of the grouting program. So again, here's another picture to show how steep up the embankments, abutments these were. You can see that they were very steep, and then within inside the trench, they were also very steep. And you can also see how fractured the rock is in some of these pictures. So anyways, the construction begins in 1972. The cutoff trench backfilling begins in 1973, and the major work is completed in the fall of 1975. And you can see here, they were placing this material, as again, I specified that it was a silty, non-plastic material, which is highly erodible. And they were placing it up against these abutments. And you can see that in some of these pictures that you see high fractures. And you can see again, even here where they were trying to do high grout takes were happening as they were trying to get these single curtain in. Again, they cut down to just a single line because of costs. They tried to what we call slush grouting, which is basically just dumping grout into the voids to try to block that initial spot where they can backfill up against it. So then we commenced first filling in October of 1975. We had a heavy snowpack year. High spring runoff was anticipated because of that snowpack, and the desire to fill the reservoir and get as much water in was for the summer of 1976 irrigation season. In March, the decision was to waive our normal 1 foot per day filling requirement. Basically, they were still coating the outlet works, and they didn't have that available, and so they were trying to increase the water coming in, and basically the actual rates were about over 3 feet a day, and even some sections on May 18th, they were up to 4.3 feet a day. So what was going on when this was happening? Prior to the June 4th, 1976, we were getting lots of water coming in. We were seeing high groundwater at the right abutment. A few piezometers were showing that, you know, the water was coming through that grout curtain, and apparently no one was concerned about that. Seeps were observed along the right, if you're looking downstream, the right canyon wall, June 3rd and 4th. Okay, and this is a failure sequence on June 5th. 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. Muddy seepage is starting to show near the toe at the right downstream groin right here. At 9 a.m., higher, it's moved up higher along the right groin, that seepage. At 10:30, there's a breakout at the face. You can see this little picture right here on the right here where you're seeing this, it starts to, a hole basically comes out of the face and the material starts to flow out of it. 10:45, that's intensified seepage with surface erosion below. You can see how it just starts eroding it out. A bulldozer, you can see this little speck here is deployed to try to come down and push material into this to try to stop the material from flowing, give it more path to go through it. But that doesn't do anything. It continues to march up the slope. At 11:15 a.m., the erosion continued all the way up. And then at 11:20, they lost that dozer into that hole. Again, you see another, it just continues to climb up and erode out more material, a series of collapses, and then it just keeps moving closer and closer to the crest. And then a loss of the crest at 12. And then a complete loss of the reservoir, where basically the crest is lost and you can see a full stream of water coming through and the dam is breached. Basically, the breach occurred roughly 5 hours after the first observation of muddy seepage. 250,000 acre feet of water was released. The failure consequences, over 10,000 people were present in the floodplain that morning. Evacuation was very effective, but some people returned to their homes because it did take a long time to reach the towns. There were 11 fatalities attributed to the failure, 6 from drowning. We did have favorable weather conditions, time of the day, so people are awake and knowing it was coming. This is a extremely low fatality rate compared to other rapid failure cases in dam safety histories. $322 million were paid out in damage claims. Post-failure investigation was done by an independent panel and the Department of Interior. The post-failure investigation removed all the remaining backfill material along the right key trench. Examinations and water testing of the joints was done in the right key trench. Pressure testing of the grout curtain was done. Laboratory testing of the soils. Finite element modeling of the stress conditions were done along those in that key trench to understand what was going on. And a whirlpool had developed at 14,000 station prior upstream, so they kind of wanted to understand what was going on at that location as well. So there are 2 failure alternatives that people basically look at. Is that one is hydraulic fracturing, which basically consists of that the key trench is so steep that when you put the soil in, that it basically arches over that and it doesn't get full strength of material along the bottom of that arch. And then it basically has, as the water flows through that fractured rock in that section, it has less resistance to that hydraulic pressure that's coming through it and easily erodes it and moves it on through. The second alternative idea was basically the grout failure in the is that the grouting holes that were done at the bottom of the trench didn't do much to resist the water. So the water is flowing through that all the time. And then it starts to scour out the material above in that key trench. And once that's scoured out happens, as you can see here in this last slide, it just now all of a sudden you have free flowing water that and it's allowed to take all this material and keep on moving it through the system. So a conceptualized model of the failure mode is that you have a loss of the key trench into the downstream right abutment, and it would not itself represent a failure. But because there is no loss of limiting flow through this rock and everything like that, it just keeps on taking more and more material. Eventually the voids form into these two areas and would have linked up, and basically once the reservoir pressures were being translated into that area near that downstream shell, it just took it all away. So again, here's a kind of a step-by-step of the what we call potential failure mode description. So basically you get that initial seepage through the right abutment, you get the hydraulic pressure fracturing the backfill, the seepage enters the downstream portion, voids form, no self-healing, there's nothing, basically allowed to keep on moving through. The upstream sinkhole forms, downstream sinkhole breaks out, slope degradation, and then finally the breach. So I mentioned one of the key elements was that it didn't have a failure. Would a filter have saved the dam? The use of a filter zone is a key element that we use in modern practices, but it's very doubtful that it would have helped Teton, because the filter zone constructed downstream would of a impervious core would have been bypassed by all the fractured bedrock. Additionally, the filter zone along the downstream face of the key would have been difficult to place and would have further narrowed the impermeable zone. So I would doubt that this would have helped it much. Could more vigilant monitoring help? The dam was lightly instrumented. They probably could have stopped filling, and but they didn't really know what to expect. There was kind of this idea that they knew what was happening, and when things started to happen, they really didn't go and start to really change how the water was filling up to also limit how much pressure was coming into that dam. So yes, it could have helped, but maybe not if people don't realize what they're seeing sometimes. And that's it for me. Any questions, or we can ask it at the end.
Okay, board members, any questions to this point?
Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Is it Chris or Keenan?
Chris, I believe.
Chris, so what was the quantity of the flow coming in, those last few days, and what was the capacity of the spill? You mentioned something in the materials that the outlet works weren't really ready yet.
Right. So they didn't have, they weren't, at the time, they didn't have the outlet works open at all. They were still working on it. And it wasn't until they realized that this was going on that they kind of abandoned that. And so what like I said, you had up to 4.3 feet a day of water coming up. I don't know what that it counts to, because it's different portions as it was coming in, but it's way above our normal allowance that we would have had at the time. We have a pretty standard 1 foot a day for first filling, just to see how dams move and how they react. So I don't know the actual quantity coming in exactly, because we were measuring it in how much it was rising.
Thank you. Sure. Yes, go ahead, Al.
I don't know if this question jumps the gun or not, but if the Teton Dam is to be rebuilt, what does the failure study show you about how the design should be, how the dam should be designed and constructed?
Okay, I think it'll be answered a little bit in the next one, but just for real quickly, there, what you would look for are several different kinds of dams that could, one that doesn't basically have a fault of erodibility. You have a highly fractured abutment, that's not going to change, and you're probably not going to grout your way out of that entirely. So a rock-filled dam is probably something that you would look at. It's got its own challenges but it basically you would place rock in there, and then it allows it to free flow if it gets behind there and doesn't damage the dam. You also could look at a thin arched concrete dam, but then you have to look at make sure the abutments, how strong they are, because all your strength is coming, that arch is basically embedded into that abutment, and it has to be really strong because that's where all your strength's coming from. So there's several, but I'll let Keenan talk about in the next steps, and we can answer any other questions you guys have.
Okay, Pat.
Chris, can you expand on the significance of the whirlpool?
Yeah, I think that the whirlpool that showed up upstream early was basically the first indication that you have really high flows through your through the dam into the fractured rock. It basically it's where whirlpool represents is that you're showing that you got a path of flow that doesn't have to go through all the soils and filters that you have, those zones that I was showing you, that because each time it goes through a zone, there's a pressure drop in that. And then when you have something that bypasses the pressure drop, what you sometimes will get is a whirlpool, because it's got a quick flow through the pathway, as opposed to going through all those zones that are trying to lower the basically filter the material through.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Chris. You were correct. It was a beautiful day.
So that happened.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Until
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was really a nice day. We all stood on the hill in Rexburg and watched a house float down Main Street that day. Yeah.
And everybody slept good that night before.
Yeah. Okay, Keenan, are you up?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to start off here, if you come up with more questions, I'm not kicking Chris out here. Both of us can answer additional questions towards the end here. As we move into part two, we're really going to emphasize on what was learned, lessons learned, really from reclamation standpoint. What did reclamation learn about themselves related to hubris? How have they changed, and where and why did this develop? Reclamation's dam safety program that is highly recognized. There's significant lessons learned. Mr. Chairman, you were just talking about it in relation to the community. We're not going to go into that, but obviously Chris kind of brought up at the beginning how there was, compared to other dam failures that have happened in the United States, how low the life loss was. And there's significant lessons learned related to the resilience, the community engagement, how much they looked out for one another in this community, et cetera, that we won't necessarily go into. So when we go, let's go ahead and start off with some of the culture. We need to understand where reclamation was, why or how something of this nature could happen. And then we'll get into how that created or came about with some applications of things that needed to be changed. So let's go ahead and get started here if my screen is working. So before Teton, Reclamation had been building dams for a long period of time. When we get to the 1940s, 1960s, we are starting to be in what we consider our big dam era. We're constructing dams as fast as possible. Concrete dam design had advanced tremendously. What we mean by that is the manner, the modes, also how you would engineer it had changed. There had been a lot of things that had changed from the 1900s up to the 1960s of how we understood concrete. Some of what Chris was talking about the thin arch dam, et cetera. So there was a lot of change in concrete dams, but that wasn't the case necessarily for earthen embankments. They were very similar to how we had done it previously. There had been some advancements, but by the time of the 1960s, it was very standard designs. Very similar cross sections. Basically, reclamation looked at it as, hey, we did it over in this area. How can we tweak this design slightly to match this location and or this geology? And in doing so, as we go through this presentation, we'll see that some things were missed. So during Teton's design, we were even further along. This was 1970s. We had completed hundreds of dams with great confidence. Their performance, they were performing as designed. There had been several incidents, but the designs that we were using, the standard designs, were still considered robust, resilient, and safe. This picture on the lower side, we added that in there. This is a picture of kind of where we had come from. This was one of our first dams in the early 1900s, a hydraulic fill dam. And you can see up above just a comparison. We had excavators, dozers. We were able to do full compaction. And so we were very confident in how we were constructing and how we were designing. So the other thing that we need to understand about previous to Teton, how reclamation operated and understand it was some culture. We'll get into some culture within reclamation, also some siloing, or how different parts of the organization worked amongst themselves and or didn't work amongst themselves, as we will see. So designers specifically, they worked in small groups. They designed multiple dams with the same engineer. So there was one engineer that was over it. They were designing multiple dams. There wasn't a lot of interplay with other designers checking some of this or checking work of others. The drawing and specifications would be submitted to the region, completely separate entity, as we'll see in a diagram later, for contract, award, construction, and then there was very limited, if in some cases almost none, communication and or input from these original designers. So specifically for Teton, the designers did end up coming out 2 times, but they only ever came out 2 times. The ability to even talk to one another, it was long distance phone calls. You had to get authority to even talk to them. So the other thing that I would mention is independent consultants or going outside of reclamation for verification on some of major design aspects were not used. There's a few instances of them being used, but they were not used on Teton. Also, there was a strong push and focus on cost and schedule. And that, as we'll see as we go through, really has changed where we are today. Okay, so as we continue, let's look at the culture in the construction. The construction group itself really looked at this as their project. Once they were given the designs, they were to make sure that this happened within schedule, within budget. It wasn't let's make sure this happens in the most safe or the most risk reduced for the public's manner possible. That's something that came future through our dam safety process. So, for example, in solving construction problems, they would try to solve them themselves. There was even friction between the designers and the construction group, and really who kind of owned what was going on here. And there was reluctance to change the contract. We just got a question about the outlet works. The real reason, one of the big reasons why Reclamation didn't open that outlet works, there was just painting going on. We could have opened it. The real reason why we didn't at the time is this reluctance to increase cost. If we would have opened that up, we would have had to pay for them to repaint the outlet works, et cetera, et cetera. And that, I know that feels completely like counterintuitive that we would even think that way, but there was so much focus on staying at that cost limit, staying in that schedule limit, that people didn't even conceptualize some of these things. Okay, so as I said, we would get into this chart that really understood this. You can see how separate these groups were. So you have the Pacific Northwest, that's where the construction group came out of, and then you have the design group. So much so that even all the way up to the commissioner, they are supervised by completely separate people. It's not until the right at the commissioner level that they even come together. So there was a complete siloing of these. The other thing that you'll notice is there wasn't really a fully separate group of geology that would have say and or really strong input into our designs. That's something that, once again, was really changed post this. So let's continue here. As I said earlier, all these items were a catalyst for change, whether it be the design and construction, whether it be external, internal change. And so let's dive into some of those. So the lessons learned specifically on the design and construction side of things, and Chris mentioned these, but this single line of defense, meaning we kind of were putting all our eggs in one basket, in that this grouting, this key trench was what was going to stop some of the potential for internal erosion in the dam. Today we'll have multiple lines of defense, whether that be 2 or 3. In case one has issues, there's always a backup to make sure some of these processes can get started. The other thing that was learned was related to the state of the art of the design, and that there needed to be significant foundation treatment if this was going to work in relation to this dam design. Other lessons learned was related to this novel idea of this key trench, this grouting trench that Chris talked about. This was not something Reclamation had ever done before. It's not something we've done post, and it's not something that we're aware of that anybody else has tried. Because of the steep and the narrowness of it, it really compounded and or created some of these issues that Chris was talking about there. So state-of-the-art design, lessons learned, we wouldn't be including that. We would find other means and methods, and we wouldn't be specifically doing something to reduce costs, but potentially increase risk. Also, the risk of the design. So they're really focused on the cost, the design aspects. And so looking at a project from a risk-based perspective, how can we reduce the potential for a potential failure or a potential issue to come up in the future is really part of our focus nowadays, is one of the first and foremost. It's not some of these other drivers. Okay, so the other lessons learned that we learned here is really the dam type. Chris talked about this, especially in his questions here. We have a fractured volcanic formation. There would be no way to eliminate all the seepage. And that was actually something that was known by reclamation prior to this. We knew that there was going to be tremendous seepage. And that's why they tried some of these novel ideas to limit how it could impact the dam. Also, some of the lessons learned related to the composition of the material used in the embankment, the silty material. It wasn't ideal for this type of environment. As Chris said, a thin arch or a rock-filled dam might be more appropriate due to its resistance to some of the inevitable seepage that you would see in this location. Let's continue. So other design lessons learned is over-reliance on intervention. So what do I mean by that? So reclamation had issues that had happened. The picture on the screen here is of Fontenelle. We had an internal erosion event at Fontenelle. You can see how close it got to being a dam failure in that picture. But reclamation actually touted Fontenelle as a success. We didn't say, well, this is basically a failure on our part. Let's find out what to do. We touted it as, hey, our systems, we were able to draw the reservoir down quickly enough. We were able to stop this. And so that was really a success. And not to diminish the heroic efforts that really happened in stopping things like Fontenelle or some of the issues that we might have. But reclamation today never wants to get to the point that we even have major incidents like this. And really the reason Fontenelle didn't fail were related to the ability to rapidly draw it down, and the joints were significantly tighter than what you see at Teton. So the time for intervention or for reclamation to stop this failure from progressing at Fontenelle was significantly longer than what we see at Teton. What were some other things? We talked about this cost pressure versus safety, and so I wanted to touch upon it again here. So there was a tradition, a passion, and I don't think this is necessarily left in reclamation, of helping communities, helping them develop these water projects, and find a way for them to be able to do it financially. And that was a big driver in related to Teton. At a high level, there was also a lot of political pressure to meet project objectives. There was also kind of an assumption in reclamation that a well-designed dam would perform well. So it was just kind of assumed, instead of really case by case, as we said in the previous slide, diving into the potential risk or reducing the potential of an incident or a failure to ever happen. Okay, what were some other lessons? We talked about this siloing. So obviously communication was learned to be key. That reclamation had to come together and communicate among designers, construction staff, geologists. There needed to be frequent visits by the designers so that they could see some of the what was happening in the ground, how designs might need to change as conditions were developed. and detailed foundation inspections in relation to this. So even today, when reclamation, especially today, when reclamation starts a project like this, we do detailed investigations, but when you open a foundation, when you excavate a significant amount of material, you're going to encounter conditions either slightly or majorly different than what you assume, even if you do significant investigations. And so that's why this frequent visit is so important. When you get down into that foundation and you see things differently and you see how it really is, you might need to tweak designs to really make them more robust, or locations, or whatever it may be. Also, one of the things learned was really documenting the decisions and changes during construction. Additional internal reviews was critical. So remember, we talked about how the groups within our technical divisions were very focused, small groups. There needs to be interplay. People need to see each other's work engineering-wise, review it, etc. New design standards really try to hone in and capture some of this focus on reducing risk and emphasizing training and learning from various incidents, failures, etc. Another thing that was critical that I haven't talked about yet was emergency action plans. So really establishing emergency action plans, developing response levels, point of contacts, clarifying emergency decisions became critical post-Teton. The credibility and seriousness of when to evacuate and warnings also was critical. Understanding the inundation, or if a dam does have an issue, where is that water going? And improving our focus on evacuations was all very important lessons learned. So what happened externally to reclamation post this? So President Carter directed a review of federal dam safety programs in 1977. Briefly thereafter, the Reclamation Dam Safety Program of 1978 was established, which didn't just start to establish a program, but it also established funding to evaluate and focus really on these safety aspects. We also have the federal guidelines for dam safety of 1979 that came into play, in the National Dam Safety Program was eventually established in 1996. So all this was kind of compounding, and reclamation, because of Teton, was really pushed in the forefront to figure some of these things out. So what did these guidelines really establish? What it established is that you can never have a dam that there's never any risk. There's never a way to make it 100% no risk to anyone. So really what it did was develop through the process a manner and method to evaluate these dams in a risk-based approach and a risk-informed decision-making process to really reduce any of these potentials to as low as possible. What I like to think of it as is, you know, we all probably have a car out in the parking lot, or maybe we got here in some other means, but the cars that we own, we don't, at least most of us don't just, well, some of us will drive our vehicles, and when there's an issue, we take it into the mechanic. Now, a risk-based approach would be looking at that car and evaluating which systems have a potential to have issues in the future and fixing them before those issues ever bring up. So if we know that in our car, our transmission is going to go out at 150,000 miles, in a risk-based approach, we might decide to replace that transmission at 100,000 miles on purpose to reduce the risk of it ever failing, right? Okay, so diving into the Safety of Dams Act of 1978, Congress authorized us to modify existing dams for safety purposes. It provides funding and authority, which was really critical, which makes gives reclamation the ability to perform some of these actions. It doesn't authorize us to modify a dam from result of age or normal deterioration. So that comes important, especially because as many of you that are aware of dams in general in the United States, a lot of them are getting older, or are some of them are quite old, over 100 years old. So internal changes that reclamation also developed was this safety evaluation of existing dams. We already talked about how we created the dam safety program and what that kind of looks like. We also developed consultant review boards. So consultant review boards is where reclamation would have industry come in, review some of our designs, and verify that we're doing things not just state of the art, but in alignment with how industry might do things. We also have a very robust instrumentation program and visual inspection program. So one of the keys to reclamation's dam safety program is really a circle of continual change. We can't sit in one area and be locked into some of the hubris that happened previously. We need to recognize that we're constantly learning, we're constantly understanding things more, and we need to constantly evolve. And our program does just that. We first had public protection guidelines in 1997 that were established. We updated those in 2022. We've had many independent review panels looking at how we can continue to change, evolve, and reduce risk. We have, we learned things post-Oroville. We learned things from a dam safety incident that we had at Altus Dam. And so we continue to bring these things into the program and continue to improve. And that brings us to Reclamation's dam safety program today. That our mission is to ensure that Reclamation's dam do not present unreasonable risk to people, property, and the environment. So that's a really wordy statement. But really, our mission statement is to make sure that something like Teton does not happen again today. We have a significant amount of high and significant hazard dams, 370 across the West, that we do this on. Some additional dam safety policies and what a dam safety issue is. A dam safety issue is something that, if not resolved, could lead to a failure or malfunction resulting in an uncontrolled release that would place the public or resources at risk. So when we're evaluating all our dams in our inventory, which we do at a regular basis, this is what we're looking at. Is there an issue that could develop? Is it something that could develop that would compromise Reclamation's ability? Is there something that could cause adverse performance? And if so, we would want to take prudent actions to reduce the chance of something like that ever happen. It also established the response, our current policies establish responsibilities for dam safety programs. I mean, for dam safety decisions, pardon me. And that really lies in multiple categories. The first one is that we have a full technical response team that comes together. Remember, one of the problems with Teton was this lack of communication. So we bring together experts of various fields, whether it be engineers, geologists, instrumentation personnel, operators. This picture is one of a very minor incident that we brought together a whole team a sinkhole and really tried to understand what was happening and how to reduce the potential for this to be an issue in the future and reduce the potential for this to deteriorate or become a bigger issue. The other people that are critical to some of these decisions are a routine inspection. We have inspectors that go out and look at our dams, whether on an annual basis, a periodic basis, or a comprehensive basis. All these are is just the level of detail that we go to and look at. And we also do these at a monthly and or more often basis by what we call a OVIC, or an ongoing visual inspection program. So those are all keys to this decision-making process, but there's also a decision-making process that helps us to understand when we need to take action at a dam and reduce the risk, whether that be modifying the dam or some other means. And so a lot of these actions are identified through some of these reviews, through some of these issues that might pop up, these TRTs, these technical response teams. These can move into what we consider an issue evaluation, where we better try to understand the risk and or our understanding of that risk. And then we go into decision making to determine if we need to move forward and change. And all this, the timeline for how long this takes really depends on what we're seeing. We can move very quickly to make some of these decisions, or some of these decisions on purpose, because we're looking at very complicated mechanisms. We will study for a significant period of time. All that, if, a decision is made to reduce the risk, we'll move into a corrective action study, where we're looking at correcting the risk, whether through structural modifications. We also evaluate other alternatives at dams, whether that be reservoir restriction. And according to the Dam Safety Act, we have to always evaluate dam breach. And so we continue that through the whole process. And even after we do construction, we verify that the construction that we did reduce the risk, and there's not additional actions that we need to perform. There is case studies that we have of times in which we've modified dams that we've needed to come back and do additional modifications because of, like what I talked about earlier, when you open something up and you see the foundation, or you see some of these features, there might be additional things that we need to do. Okay, so those were all pieces that add into this decision making. And then we have a Venn diagram with this decision making, where we really bring together and we try to break down the silos of the past previous to Teton, where the regional director, the area manager, and the chief of dam safety all come together, and they have to be on board with any of these decisions going forward, as opposed to one person or it even being siloed below these decision makers at a construction engineer's discretion. So joint decision making is the key there. We talked about this risk-informed decision making, but the key aspects that we do specifically about that is we do risk analyses. We estimate these potential risks and how they really, the purpose of that is to see how they relate across our inventory, so that we can prioritize what dams we might want to modify. We also do risk assessments, risk management overall, prioritizing, as I talked about, all these dams, and risk communication. So we look at the state-of-the-art practice, and then we reduce the risk. This picture is of a dam we modified in Washington recently to reduce the potential for internal erosion. Now, as I said, we don't ever want to get our dams to the point that we have an incident. You saw that picture where we had, a minor seepage. earlier. This dam and most of our dams that we're going into modifying, we see things, and through our analysis, we see potential for things to happen, and we see the potential that some of these things are progressing, and we take action before there is even an incident in most of these cases. So we have a dam safety website if you guys want to know more. But that just goes on to questions again. Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions, Chris and I are here. Otherwise, thank you so much. And also I want to mention, we apologize. Originally, we wanted to be there in person, but we had a prior commitment with the National Water Resource Association to provide a presentation today. So thank you once again for your time. And if there's any questions, we will take those at this time.
Okay, I think we have some questions. Brian, we'll start with you.
Mr. Keenan, Mr. Chairman Keenan, is it easy for you to go back to the picture of the drafting room?
Which one specifically? Say that again.
Picture with all the people on the drafting boards.
Yeah.
No computers.
Silence.
The answer to that question, Brian, is no.
The question is, I'll bet there's at least 5 people in here that wonder is, how many women are in that room? Because they do tend to be more careful and, might consider safety a little more and maybe not quite as much ego. Thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't necessarily lessons learned I captured, but that is something engineering wise. I think the engineering field in general has captured over the years, not just related to Teton, but in general is having a diverse background, whether it be having significantly more engineers of whether it be male or female, or whether it be of different capacities and where some of these people come from. I think it's really great to understand and see a lot of the engineers we have today come from various backgrounds, whether we have a lot that come from farming backgrounds, we have a lot that, come from other backgrounds, and they really bring these various understandings to the table. Some of them come from construction background where they used to build. So I think a lot of that is, even though there might be a little bit of funniness with that comment, it is true. So thank you.
Okay, Pat.
Keenan, at the time of the Teton Dam failure, was emergency action plan part of the protocol?
No, we did not have the emergency action plans that we have today. I would almost say that they were, compared to what we do today, non-existent. We did have procedures and minor ways of doing some of this, but it was in no way the form, the method, the robustness that we have today.
Okay, Dean.
Keenan, does your program, how does it interact with FERC's dam safety program? Or do they?
They are completely separate. Now, FERC and Reclamation, the Corps, we do try to communicate on some of how dam safety operates across the federal sphere, and do have some input on the federal guidelines for dam safety that come out of FEMA, but it's a completely separate program. The big difference between FERC's program and ours is really FERC is a regulatory agency. And so they look at things very sometimes differently than Reclamation does, because we are evaluating our existing.
Okay. Pat.
One more question. The technical response team, is that always the same personnel, or is it geographic, or how does that work?
It is not always the same personnel. We try to keep our experts, people that have seen the dam, been around the dam, done evaluations on the dam on some of those technical response teams, but it does vary and it does change. Yeah, it's really dependent on the dam. It's not necessarily geographically placed. It's more position based. We have individuals, geologists, whether it be from the region and also from Denver. We have engineers from the region and or area office and or locally that would attend those, as well as engineers from our technical service center in Denver, Colorado.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Keenan, I don't want to ask you to get in the mind of Congress when it passed the Safety of Dams Act, but I'm not quite sure I'm following the Safety of Dams rules that you laid out there, and that is that if the deterioration of a dam to a point where it's unsafe is a result of either poor maintenance by perhaps reclamation as the manager as a reserved works, or just over time, that there's no, I mean, what happens then? There's no funding available for doing any work to stabilize a unsafe dam that's now unsafe because it's 100 years old?
That is a very fine line of how that works. Now, that language specifically comes from the Dam Safety Act. I'll let Chris kind of speak to that more. Maybe he can provide something better.
Yeah, so there's several other mechanisms. So one is that if there was an issue with a say a failure, but say it was due to poor maintenance of a outlet works and it had cavitated and was eroding it out, the dam safety group would jump in and look at that. They would then probably look at funding it differently, either charging the O&M or the O&M side of the Bureau of Reclamation, or look towards the district if that was their were transferred works or ownership of that. So there are different mechanisms. Again, with all the inspections that we do, aging is not something that is exempted from the a recommendation. It would be like there's obviously a problem here and needs to be fixed before it gets to that. But what we don't do is we don't come in and fund something that has basically aged out of usage.
And just follow up, I am going to ask you to get in the mind of Congress then. So Reclamation built these dams 100 years ago. It's aged out, it's deteriorating, and Reclamation doesn't have a responsibility for.
No, Reclamation would, and again, there was aging infrastructure money that was used to do some of that work for some of those projects. It gets more complicated on some projects. We have things called ASR, which is basically a deterioration of concrete using a aggregate that causes a reaction that lowers. And some of those are problematic and really have a hard time with fixing. And I don't, right now they're basically, they are watching them and in real time, to see if they are becoming a dam safety problem. But ultimately they would look at those and, that would be an extreme, what we call extreme maintenance. And that's a different funding source within the Bureau of Reclamation.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, Reclamation is never going to allow a dam to be unsafe. Now, it gets very sticky because of how the dam safety specifically program was authorized, as Chris said, in relation to funding. But we're going to do something if a dam has issues and reduce that risk. Now, you do have a good point, and I don't think anybody in reclamation has a complete response for you that a lot of our dams are getting older and will continue to need maintenance. And as Chris said, they did establish a aging infrastructure account, various things Congress did to try to help with some of that. But whether that completely solves some of the issues or not, I'll leave that to others to judge.
Okay, and just to follow up to that, I think there's a line between ordinary wear and tear, ongoing maintenance, and engineering flaws that don't show up for 50 or 75 years. So those kinds of things that if that happens, I think dam safety will kick in and provide funding, won't it?
Yes, yep. Anything related to a flaw, specific related to that, yes, of course.
Okay, all right, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. We don't have to worry about reclamation. You're on top of your game now. So,
Thank you.
okay, I need to take everybody's temperature. Do we need a break or? Okay, I think we're gonna take a 7 to 10 minute break, which probably means 12 to 15. Okay, we're in recess.
They've replaced at least one. Yeah, and I thought that they had, we're on schedule now to have several. But I've not checked in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got just a little bit.
They had originally said that they only had funding to replace one gate area in 10 years. And then there was pressure applied. And they came back and said, well, we modified the schedule, we want to have all gates manufactured. in place for 5 years. So on that schedule, there should be several gates that have been.
Okay, I think we're back online. Folks would like to. If folks would like to come back to their seats, we'll reconvene the meeting at this time. Up next, we have Bureau Reclamation Planning Program. We have Ryan Alcorn and Mike Hilliard. It's my understanding Mike's gonna kick this off. Is that correct? You guys are both hiding behind the podium, so there you go.
Yeah, that's. Well, appreciate you guys inviting us here, Mr. Chairman and board. I'm gonna get a little bit of information on, just reclamation's planning process as a whole and talk a little bit about some of the, recent, discussions that the state of Idaho and others have had in interest of some of the storage dams that we currently have, and then walk through and maybe touch on a little bit of the stuff that Rebecca shared, previously and might highlight a little bit of the lessons learned that Keenan and Chris talked about, and then we'll go from there. First, kind of wanted to hit on Teton Dam, rebuilding that. That was one of the questions that we've been asked to talk about. As Keenan and Chris discussed, you know, the failure happened in 1976, which was 50 years ago, as we all know. The lessons learned that came out of it, I think Keenan covered it really well. It was a lot of stuff that was investigated over years. You know, when we do a site visit later today, you'll see some of the trench marks, you'll see some of the excavation areas, foot by foot. The engineers and the people doing the investigations went through and really analyzed what went wrong. We took that in as reclamation and ended up building the safety dams program. This program is world renowned. We go to other countries, we go to other states, agencies, groups are formed that talk about how to never let Teton dam failure ever happen again. And so very robust, one of the best programs that the United States has made. Recently, Idaho has recognized the need to look for more water storage opportunities to the Senate Joint Memorial. And that's kind of why I want to bring some of the what the process might look like at reviewing existing dams that might have some potentials there, and also talk about some of the studies that we are starting out. So Teton Dam was part of what they call the Teton Basin Project. And so when you saw a little bit of the history on how that was ended up getting into construction and whatnot, but currently there's still some obstacles, some challenges that would need to be revisited. I wanted to highlight a couple of those. Right now, the site and the Teton Basin Project is still a congressionally authorized project. That's why there's still remaining federal lands out there. So when we go out to the dam, we'll be on federal land. Up in the canyon, there's federal land. A couple different agencies manage the lands within that area, but wanted to highlight that it's still considered a reclamation asset. There's legacy obligations, including a repayment contract that's still out there. It's in abeyance. That's something that will need to be revisited and looked at. various geotechnical engineering, different studies with environmental, those type of things would be needed. A lot's happened within 50 years. So a lot of regrowth, a lot of changes, a lot of population, a lot of social items have changed. And then just due to significant changes, cost estimation challenges, all sorts of things, new federal laws, new state laws, things like that that have happened, different water challenges. So we would anticipate that some sort of congressional involvement would be needed. What does a potential path for Teton Dam look like? First, we'd start with some sort of appraisal level study. This is an appraisal level study is a preliminary or high level evaluation used to screen out multiple alternatives and estimate basic costs or values. And so consider it like you're looking at a catalog and you're picking out the items that you would like to look at. You'd start doing a very high level, kind of quick evaluation of what could be done and what's a basic cost for it, just kind of throwing numbers out there. And then you take those, a couple, 2, 3, 4 alternatives, dial it down, and then that would, if there's a potential project within that study that's identified, you go to Congress. Congress would say, yeah, go ahead and conduct a feasibility study, and the feasibility study, that's where you dial in on kind of a single project and you'd get really heavy into the analysis and all the investigations that would include the geotechnical investigations, hydraulic modeling, risk analysis, water rights, appraisal level engineering. So you'd really start doing the high level analysis of those. Following that, you would continue on different compliance activities with all the different realms out there, including all the environmental, all the cultural compliance, starting a consultation with the tribes and the entities that are interested in moving forward. And then once you get all that together, basically you get all your environmental analysis done, you get all your investigations, you get all your data pulled together, then you revisit congressional actions to see if you should move forward with design and construction and get that approval so federal fundings can start moving. Once you get that, you walk into planning, designs, modeling, agreements, contracts, potentially realty actions, mitigation efforts, things like that. So that's when you start seeing the boots on the ground activities actually happening with development of and construction of projects. For Teton specifically, some realistic challenges. Obviously, when the dam was constructed early on, you had a major event that was very significant. So there's a lot of political challenges, geologic challenges, location challenges, cost, fisheries, habitat, wildlife, items, land actions, and then what everybody's interested in a dam for would be water storage, availability, rights, all that. Some of the other storage dams that have been of interest recently to look at that were recognized in the Senate Joint Memorial was Jackson Lake Dam and Minidoka Dam. I think somebody mentioned earlier, there aging infrastructure out there. These are two dams that have some aging infrastructure components. Jackson Lake Dam, currently we have an extraordinary maintenance study that's scheduled for FY the fiscal year 28 through 30. That study is basically, over the years we've done modifications over Jackson Lake. We've looked at different conceptual things that could happen there. We also recognize that dam is over 110 years old. And so, there's no safety risk, there's no threats to the dam at this time, but we do recognize it's an old dam and something has to be rehabbed or potentially replaced. And so this upcoming study is to look at the existing structure and see if there's any, what some alternatives and what some plans would be for that. It's a study that's not needing congressional authority. We have the authority to do that because it's existing. Some of the conversations that's happened is, over the years, people have talked about, is there additional benefits that could happen at Jackson Lake Dam? This study that's currently planned, does not include additional benefits like additional water storage or power generation or additional recreation benefits, anything like that. So just kind of want to highlight that's some of the plans currently happening right now. If we were to look at something that had additional benefits, we would be looking at a different type of study, which is a feasibility study, which I'll get into a little bit of how those are different. Minidoka Dam, which is in southern Idaho over by Burley, that's still part of the Upper Snake system. There was some information that was analyzed more kind of as a preliminary appraisal level study. And so that occurred in 2015 when we did a spillway replacement of Minidoka Dam. So some of those data was already collected and analyzed, and were there potentials to have additional benefits? What several alternatives should we dial in on? A lot of that information was collected, but it's over 10 years old, and so that information would need to be revisited, reanalyzed. Some of the early on cost estimates would need to be looked at again. So there's some opportunities there. I'm just trying to help outline what the process might look like. And I guess I will highlight on appraisal level studies, the reason why those are a little bit quicker and why those are more high level. You're really just you're taking the existing data that's out there and you're just compiling it together and looking at the new economics and that type of stuff and the challenges that exist nowadays. Basin study elements, I'm not going to go through this. I think Rebecca covered it pretty well. Essentially, when you're early on trying to see what kind of opportunities are out there, when you think of a basin study, you pretty much think of you're creating a roadmap. You're taking all the ideas that could even be a possibility, and you're throwing it up on the wall. Some of them could be outrageous. Some of them could be, ideas that may never work, but you're throwing everything up on the wall. Really, in a basin study, you want to figure out what your supply and your demand are, and that's pretty exciting for the basin study that's with the Upper Snake that's was talked about earlier. A lot of changes have happened over the many years, different developments, different population growth, more interest and more data collected on the aquifer, all that type of stuff. And so as a plan of study is being created to actually take and look at and see what we're doing, this is where those elements of the basin study come into play. But think of this as we're looking at a very big picture. We're looking at the whole system. We're not looking at a specific project or a specific area. It's the whole system and trying to find the opportunities that might exist there to maybe explore in the future. Once again, just kind of a nice little graphic, visual guide. So where we're at today, if you look at the top left area where it says prepare letter of interest, you heard Rebecca talk about this, but essentially we're getting close to the stage of conducting the study. We're still in the plan of study arena, and hopefully by June of next year, we'll be through that and we'll be conducting the study. And the study is really heavily focused on water modeling, literally looking for those opportunities, collecting all this data, putting it together, seeing what where areas of focus might really be necessary to look at. And some of them may include areas that we've already identified or that entities have identified already. This planning roadmap, this is just kind of a nice little graphic that kind of helps people understand the process that reclamation walks through and how our planning really helps eliminate some of the unforeseen challenges. So, you know, a problem or opportunity is identified. This is, you know, when we were talking about the basin study, this is a real good starting point to identify these problems and figure out potential solutions. As we start looking through those, you get this big long list of potential solutions. I think folks are aware in this area, we did a basin study years ago for the Rexburg basin. And so that very similar, there's been a lot of lessons learned since that. So there's been a lot of different modeling techniques and developments. So that would be an older basin study. The newer basin study kind of focuses in on better modeling techniques and better ways to identify demands on the system and current challenges that we have going on today. So we get that long list and then start looking at evaluation criteria on, you know, potential analysis or areas that we want to look at a little bit more in depth. And then we get, you know, kind of shrink the list down a little bit more so it's realistic. And then we start walking into, is it worthwhile looking at a specific single project and conducting a feasibility study? If so, we get the legislation, we get the congressional approval to do that. And then we walk through the feasibility study. And then the feasibility study helps identify you know, even a shorter list. And then once it's, yep, everything looks good, this is fiscally responsible, this is, you know, shown to have benefit, everybody's on board, then it goes back to Congress and gets the authority to implement designs and construction and move forward with the project. And we'll kind of see this all laid out in the presentation that Ryan's going to give about Anderson Ranch. It's followed this process and that's an active project occurring now. And then after that's all done, we consider the problem to be resolved in that. Basin study versus appraisal level study. We've had a lot of questions from different folks that are interested in these topics. Kind of wanted to just lay out basin study really looks at the big picture. Geographically, it takes into all the, for us, it'll cover everything from a little bit below Milner Dam all the way up into the headwaters. And so this is going to identify if there's really a problem with water supply, water demand, how big is the problem, where in the basin it has opportunities or vulnerabilities, and what might be the next things to look at. And then the appraisal level study, I kind of discussed that a little bit. You figure out the problems or the needs. I kind of wanted to just make a reference that it's not just one category. So you might have an appraisal level study that looks at safety of dam stuff. You might have it look at recreation or public components. O&M is always a big one, operations and maintenance, or kind of what we identified with Jackson a little bit, that, you know, XM, there would be extraordinary maintenance that needs to occur. So there's a few different categories that could trigger an appraisal level study. And then that, after an appraisal level study is done, that is the tool, that is the mechanism, that is the documents that provide the recommendation to move forward to Congress to get approval to go to the next level, which would be the higher level analysis, the feasibility study level. And that's what I have for that. Any questions on kind of the big picture process of reclamations?
Hey, board members, any questions?
I'm sure in the next 5 years, a few things will come up.
5 years since I did.
Yeah. Okay, all right, next,
Only thought.
well, that's, yeah. From next June. What do we have, Ryan, you have, where are we at
I
here?
think, Mr. Chairman, we could move on to the next. Ryan will speak about the Anderson Ranch.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
what you meant when you said first Mike and then Ryan. Okay. The next item on the agenda is Anderson Ranch Dam Raise Project Update, Ryan Horn. Welcome to Eastern Idaho.
Thank you.
Can you tell us about something that's actually happening?
Something that's working through the implementation phase.
Yes, so we're clear up to the top of that path.
I can do that. And I will say, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Mike just talked about the planning effort, the work that went on Teton and the failure of Teton, the basin study. All of those things feed into what we're doing with things and how we plan for and implement something like Anderson Dam Raise. Again, I continue to act as the Snake River Area Office Area Manager and the sponsor for the Anderson Dam Raise project. Very excited about where we're headed with this, so happy to give some updates on that. I also want to thank the reclamation team members that have presented today. Very happy with the team that we have in reclamation, albeit smaller. We've got a really good team. We're doing really good things. So want to keep up the good work that we're doing and look forward. I really appreciate the opportunity to present to the board today and look forward to all the future conversations. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge the fires impacting the Pacific Northwest. As I even say that, it gives me chills to think about it. It's a big thing, and it really is impacting everybody. And Reclamation's lands and facilities are being impacted as well. And I want to personally thank all the fire and emergency personnel that are working on those fires, working hard to protect the lands and the people of the Pacific Northwest and to get the fires under control. Recognize Reclamation Reservoir also play a very critical role in suppression activities, and this impacts all of us as it relates to stored water. But we all know it's a small price to pay as it relates to the water resources that we all manage. Everyone is being impacted, and our thoughts go out to them. So just want to acknowledge that real quick. I'm joined today also by Brianna Pitcock. She's one of the project managers for the Anderson Dam Raise and RIM projects. She manages the RIM projects along with Chris Keith managing the Dam Raise project. So today I will provide a brief recap of current progress and status of ongoing work. We're making steady progress just to talk about the environmental compliance piece because this is the critical path right now, is getting that environmental compliance done. So we're making steady progress. We have begun working with the cooperating agencies for internal reviews. And to me, those are going really well. We've had several that have come back and we're incorporating comments as it relates to those. So things are going really well. ESA consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service kicked off in June, which is really good news. That process, we were a little bit worried at one point. We were told by the Fish and Wildlife Service that they may have to prioritize the Hell's Canyon Complex FERC relicensing project over Anderson Ranch. However, because of the pre-work that we have done with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the work that we've done in the past with the ESA consultation, they agreed to take it on and do it simultaneously, which is really good news. The time frame for getting that work done is we've agreed with the Fish and Wildlife Service is 165 days, which puts us in the middle of or around December. So we're looking forward to hopefully getting it done before that, but right now that's what we're looking at for getting the final EIS and ROD out to the public. Ultimately, we're hoping to publish the final EIS and the ROD late 2026 or early 2027. That's where we're looking right now. The design, I think we've mentioned before, the RIM projects remain at 100% design completion, which would happen in September 2025. And the dam raises also went 100% design in March of 2026. Which was not completed prior to our March meeting with the finance committee. So just as an update there, we are at 100% design now. In March of this year, we provided a presentation to the finance committee about the current total project cost estimate. During that, we reported the project's next steps or next stage of total project cost estimate would be when the acquisition phase is initiated. The plan remains to provide this likely late this year or early next year, following the completion of the EIS and the road. So a quick recap. Environmental compliance is progressing, getting the final EIS published, and the project's record of decision is on critical. We really need to stay on track with that, and I am really impressed with our staff that are working on it to keep it on track. We've had some little hiccups, but we've found some efficiencies in the way we get that done. So I'm impressed with what we're getting done right now. Things are going well. Planning and coordination are in progress to initiate the acquisition phase and update the total project cost estimate again late this year or early next year. We met with our new contracting manager, and she is on board with everybody else that this is a priority, and we will get the contracting initiated likely as early as September, starting with the purchase request and starting that package. So that's just to get the early preliminary work done so that we're prepared when we get to the full acquisition once the rod is in. So just to begin early.
September of what year?
September of 26. Just to get it into them, start getting them working on what they can work on prior to get the rod used, which it's not a lot, but it's something to keep them moving and not have a hiccup once it hits. So everybody's on board and working hard to keep this project moving. With that, Mr. Chairman, any questions from the
board members? Any questions?
I went really fast, so.
No, you did great.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Brian, do you have an estimate of when you would put this out for bid?
I do not at this time.
Well, follow up to that, what would the typical time after a rod is issued before that would happen?
I would like to see it in fiscal year 27. Yes. I know this.
I think it's been mentioned before. We appreciate your attention to this matter and keeping it moving. We're just excited to get started.
We are too.
Yeah.
All the staff that are working on it it's the light at the end of the tunnel right now, and I think everybody's excited to get to that next step.
Okay. Well, thanks for the update. We appreciate you coming over.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patton, next, House Concurrent Resolution number 34, Bear River Legislative Draft Report.
Yes, Mike Morrison will be on by Zoom. And he will walk through a presentation about the next report that is required by House Concurrent Resolution 34 regarding the Bear River.
Okay, welcome, Mike. Maybe.
I see Mike is right there, but he hasn't got on his screen. There he goes.
There we go.
Sorry, folks, it wasn't letting me unmute. So,
well, welcome. We're glad to have you with us now.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to be here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to let you know what we're doing on HCR 34. I'm going to bring up, I think I'm going to run my presentation from here. I believe that was the plan. So are you able to see that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. Okay, so, of quick refresher on HCR 34. It's a concurrent resolution stating the findings of the legislature and reaffirming Idaho's rights pursuant to the Bear River Compact. That directs the Water Resource Board to provide 2 reports. First report was due on June 1st, and we submitted it before that date. The second report is due in September, on September 30th. The first report included a description of current development of the compact allocation for waters for Idaho. And to refresh your memory, we've got about 108,000 acre feet remaining of the compact allocation. Second thing is frequency and timing of water supplies in the lower division that are available for further development. We have 108,000 acre feet in the compact allocation, but in reality, frequency and timing of the water supplies actually limits us to around 37,000 acre feet average per year. And I'll be talking about that a little more later. Then preliminary opportunities for further development of Idaho's compact allocation. And we provided you a little chart that showed, some of the ideas we came up with. Some of those ideas are, probably pretty feasible, some maybe not so feasible. In the second report, we're going to go through and take that list, and we're going to recommend and prioritize some projects for development that we think are most likely to meet the intent of HCR 34. And then we're going to outline the necessary steps for the Idaho Water Resource Board, the Idaho Department of Water Resources, and the Idaho Legislature to secure future development of Idaho's compact allocation waters. So here's the evaluation factors that we considered for the project. First of all, effectiveness. How much of Idaho's compact allocation will be developed by the project? Some of the ideas that came up in the first report were probably really good ideas. They're things like pump storage, but those really don't use any of Idaho's compact allocation. So things like that, whether they're good ideas or not, they don't actually use much of the compact allocation. We kind of pushed to the side and said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to look much more into that. Cost benefit expressed as cost per acre foot was a pretty big factor in this. But I got to warn you, expressed as cost per acre foot of what? Is it acre feet of the total allocation, that 108,000? Is it acre feet of available storage? Or is it acre feet of the average amount that we might be able to use per year? And so that's one of the things that we're going to be explaining in the report when we show how we make decisions, is which one of those versions we wound up having to use. Timeline, all other things being equal, we rank short timeline projects ahead of long timeline projects, in part because there's less risk there, and in part because we think this is something that the legislature is looking for quick action on. Then risks. Okay, environmental review, land acquisition, permitting, litigation, obtaining needed agreements from stakeholders, and we removed projects deemed extremely risky from further consideration. Okay, this was in the first report. Taking a look at the timing of compact allocation waters. If you take a look at this slide here, you can see that on average, we've got this average amount that we get down here. There's a lot of years where we don't have any excess at all. And then an occasional year where we've got a huge amount of excess. You can see that over here on the table to the right. This is a 34-year span between 1990 and 2023. And during that period of time, we could have used an additional 25,000 acre feet of reservoir space in only 17 of those years, so half the time. When you come down to 100,000, that's pretty close to our 108,000 acre feet. We would have only been able to use that 7 times. Now, 4 times in that 34 years, we had 200,000 acre feet, additional acre feet, but because our compact allocation would be limited to 108,000 acre feet, we could have only used 108,000 of that. Any questions about this slide here?
So, Mike, does the hydraulic analysis include, the additional water that could be obtained through cloud seeding programs in the Bear?
Let's see, Mr. Raybould, Mr. Barker, we did not factor into that any additional water that could be that we would get from cloud seeding into that. I don't know that we've got an accurate enough estimate of that to include it.
Okay, I think we're good, Mike. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is essentially the same chart that we provided in the first report, but it's been reorganized a little bit to show projects that we recommend up here in green, projects we think are too risky and say we ought to just quit those now, and then the rest of them are in here in the middle. When you take a look at the Bear Portneuf with Caribou Dam here, that's a new project that was not in the original report. I've got a little more information about that to give you in a minute. So the annual average available compact allocation is 37,000 acre feet, like I said. That's only about 34% of our 108,000 acre feet that are remaining for the compact allocation. And really one of the challenges we've got is finding effective ways to use this remaining water that's so variable and being able to use it effectively. Not surprisingly, I think a lot of the projects that we explored were and are exploring are storage projects because of that. As I indicated earlier, this particular project here is new to this report. It's actually where we combined the Bear Portneuf diversion, which was proposed with Caribou Dam. And what happens if, without additional storage, if you just look at the Bear Portneuf diversion, you really have all that excess water when you get it, just in about a 1 month period. And that means that you would have to divert that to the Portneuf, about 1,800 CFS over that month. And once it gets there, the Portneuf's excess carrying capacity is only about 500 CFS. So you would have to modify the Portneuf channel or put in new channels or some combination of that. You'd have to move an awful lot of infrastructure. There's a lot of bridges that would need to be raised and roads that would need to be moved because of this. And as a result, that total cost is about $380 million. And by the way, that only counts the costs of the engineering. It doesn't account any costs associated with land acquisition. If we were to pair that with some storage, and I'm just using Caribou Dam as an example, there's other storage opportunities up there as long as the storage is ahead of Alexander. If we were to use some other storage, we could would allow the diversion to happen over a longer period of time, say 3 or 4 months, reducing the diversion rate to about 500 CFS, and that's within the existing carrying capacity of the Portneuf. A lot of that modification wouldn't need to be done. But I think this is kind of an example of a kind of project where we can get a couple of things together and make a couple of projects work together in kind of a synergy that allows you to get probably a better, more acceptable project and at a lower cost. So we're going to try to look for more of those as well in this report. So, in this report, the legislature asked us to take a look at the next steps for the IWRB. Currently, there's efforts that the IWRB is making to get additional storage at Bear Lake. Well, there's potentially a lot of storage available at Bear Lake, but in order to enable it, we have to figure out how not to flood the Gentile Valley. So, one of the things that we're recommending is that we continue the current efforts to obtain easements within Gentile Valley to help mitigate the flood risk, continue discussions with Pacific Corps to maximize available storage in Bear Lake, and then complete the engineering and environmental and economic feasibility and to make this a long-term option. Aquifer recharge. And I think aquifer recharge is a very, very viable solution for this area. Everything that we've looked at has said that Bear River basin is a good candidate for aquifer recharge. And this allows us to use the water, be able to recharge the water whenever it's available. We don't have a super good estimate of what the residence time of the water in the aquifer is right now. That's one of the things we need to go out and find out. But assuming that it's reasonable, then you can put the water there when you have it and be able to use it later as you need it. So for aquifer recharge, we'd like to work with IDWR to develop a groundwater model. They develop the model, or maybe help us find a contractor who can help us develop the model of Bear River aquifer between Grace and the Idaho-Utah border. Determine the extent which managed aquifer recharge will support development of mitigation credits to allow more groundwater use under the groundwater management plan. Evaluate recharge feasibility, expected water supply benefits, operational constraints, and costs. And then work with stakeholders to figure out how to make an aquifer recharge plan work. And then implement it. One thing that we haven't talked about a lot, and there's quite a bit of work that would need to be done on this, but it's small reservoir infrastructure projects. There are a lot of reservoirs up there that we don't even have cataloged, or if we do have cataloged, we don't know enough about them. Reservoirs and the canals to them, the infrastructure to them, that's something that it may be possible to use those existing canals that are already there, they're private generally, use them in order to store water for use in the area. So we would need to engage potential stakeholders, feasibility assessments, and figure out whether or not the reservoirs are even usable and whether they have the infrastructure to them to make them work. And it's probably that we would need to construct some upgrades and infrastructure modifications to make those work. And back to the Bear Portneuf diversion. Like I say, we looked at Caribou Dam, but obviously any storage that we could get upriver from Grace would be helpful. And one of the things that we would need to do if we want to implement this is to get a better idea of what the timing are and figure out that timing relative to when it's needed over there in the snake, getting it over the is the water that we're going to be able to make available going to be useful if it gets over the hill to the snake. Evaluation of alternatives. Like I say, we use the Caribou Dam, but there's probably some other alternatives that we could look at in there. Complete a comprehensive feasibility study, including the alternative analysis, engineering, and environmental review. And I'm proposing a class 4 engineering cost estimate. Normally when you get a cost estimate from me, it's a class 5, which is based on our previous experience, and we've got a few tools that we can use here. A class 4 is really a much higher level of engineering estimate that goes in and looks at the fine details of exactly where would you need to move each piece of infrastructure, or what would you need to do to make this work, get on a nitty-gritty level. And anyway, assuming sufficient support, though, I do anticipate that it was still going to take a long time to complete. We've got a lot of permitting and other things to do, so I don't see that really being complete until around 2046, 20 years from now. IDWR, really these are things that IDWR already gives a lot of help to us in, same kinds of things we've done, but we really need their help with technical and hydrological expertise for groundwater modeling, water right, figuring out what water rights issues are going to come up, help us either get a feasibility study or help us with the feasibility study, environmental review. So really we'd be asking the IDWR to support us. And finally, legislature. Continue the appropriations that we're getting for project planning, feasibility studies and the like, and eventually to direct IWRB to develop Idaho's remaining Bear River compact allocation waters. That's the next steps we see from that. And with that, I will stand, or rather sit, for any questions you might have.
Okay, you could have got away with standing, we're not sure. Board members, any questions for Mike, on this report on the Bear River? Dean?
Maybe just a short one, Mike. So how many years out of 10 would some of this water be available? I mean, you said the average is 38,000. Is that what we'd come up with, or how many out of 10 would it be, or did I miss that in your presentation?
No, you really didn't. You didn't miss it. Let's see if that Mr. Hansen is talking.
It's Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah,
Mr. Stevenson, sorry about that. So anyway, Mr. Raybould, Mr. Stevenson. So if you take a look at this chart over here, this is really, we're able to use some of it most years, but out of every, this 7 years out of 34 would indicate that in 2 out of those 10 years, we would be able to use our full compact allocation. We would have that available to us. But most of the time we have a lot less.
Roughly half the time there would be 25,000 acre feet, half the time there would be very little or none. Maybe a little less than a third of the time there could be 50,000 acre feet.
That is correct, Mr. Raybould.
Okay. Okay, Brian.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, hey, Mike, I always get leery of including the 1990s in averages because they were so wet. Do you have a number since 2000 or 2001? How many years in those categories, or something you might need some time to get?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Olmstead, I have not broken it out with that particular. You'd say 2000 would be a good date that you'd be interested in seeing.
Well, to me, that's kind of when the climate kind of changed on us.
Okay.
I guess it's canal, from a canal perspective, it seemed like it got a lot worse right around 2000. But when you get a chance, thank you.
That might be a good thing to look at, Mike, is from 2000 to 2020 or 2023. I think Mr. Olmstead's right. I think that's going to bring your averages down quite a bit.
Okay.
Although there were some really wet years in the Bear River drainage back in the 80s as well. So, I mean, I think this is pretty good for the purposes of what the legislature asked us to report on. But before we got down to the nitty gritty of actually talking about a project, I think it would be good to examine and evaluate what a more modern set of averages would yield.
I agree, Mr. Raybould. That's actually one of the things we got. Now, I've just got it associated with this idea of the Bear Portneuf with storage, is to refine that timing and then correlate them and see how useful they are over the hill to the Snake as well. So for specific projects, we would do that for any specific project, but I'll see if we can incorporate a little more recent analysis into this report if you wish.
Okay, it might be a good idea. Pat, do you have a question?
Yes, Mike, have you identified any recharge areas, any potential sites?
Yeah, Mr. Raybould, Mr. Let's see.
Man,
we've got McMahon. We have kind of up northwest of Grace a bit. They're in the original report, or in the first report we provided. They're kind of indicated as blobs on the map that we've got. I think they're labeled. So up there and then down south of that, a few miles. So we've got a couple of areas that I think we've identified as being potentially useful.
Thank you.
okay. A follow-up maybe to Mr. McMahon's question. What kind of an aquifer are we dealing with there? How confined is it? How connected is it to the river? What are retention times if you put an acre foot into the aquifer in the areas that you've identified? What's the likelihood or longevity of it remaining in place?
Oh, gosh, Mr. Raybould, I sure wish I brought a hydrologist with me today. I can answer some of that. When we come down to the aquifer recharge, some of that we just don't know yet. As far as the retention times, that's something that we've got some indicators that the retention times are a few years, very favorable to what we're trying to do, but we do not have precise retention times on that. So that is something that we still have to do, is make sure we map this and get this.
Okay, Mr. Patton's gonna reprimand
Okay.
you for asking a question that we don't.
Are you going to save me, Mr. Patton?
No reprimands. Just as a follow-up to Mike's answer, the entire Bear River Basin in Idaho has been designated as a groundwater management area. And as such, no new groundwater rights can be without some sort of mitigation to offset their impacts. So one idea is, could aquifer recharge in the Bear be developed to provide that mitigation to allow new groundwater uses to be issued? And that's as a result of the recognition that the aquifer and the river are connected, through basically the whole reach. But we don't have a groundwater model in place like we do for the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer or the Treasure Valley or other places. So we don't have a way to analyze that timing yet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, any other questions for Mike? Okay, so Mike, your plan is to put all this together and have it ready for the legislature by September?
Yes, sir. And prior to that, we're going to be running it by a committee and then by the board again for approval at the end of September.
Very good, thank you. Okay.
Well, thank you for the time.
Thank you for your time. Okay, next up, we have a schedule for water district creation.
Yes. Nick Miller, our Water Administration Bureau Chief at the department, is also on by Zoom today from Boise, and he's going to talk about the schedules that he's putting together for creation of water districts with water masters in the priority areas across the state.
Okay, Nick, do we have you up?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you now.
All right, great. Let me see if I can share my screen here. And can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Also, Nick, if you could speak up a little bit, it would be helpful. Nick, you just went on mute.
Unmute. That's.
We got you now.
Okay. Better not touch anything. So, as Brian said, my name is Nick Miller. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Water Administration Bureau here in Boise at IDWR. And I was asked to provide a schedule. One of the main things that we do in the Administration Bureau is we supervise water districts, we create water districts, we maintain a measurement and control program, all these things having to do with delivery of water primarily in water districts. So this is kind of our bread and butter. So I was asked to look at our priority areas for creating water districts and talk a little bit about the timelines for getting those things done. And as I get to looking at these things, the timelines, in my opinion, are a little bit fuzzy. We have goals and we have priorities. And so what I hope to talk about today is to talk a little bit about what our priorities are, what water districts are and what goes into creating them, and what those timelines might be, and some of the factors that go into sort of anticipating those timelines and creating water districts, and maybe talk about some opportunities we have for some changes maybe in the way that we do things, or changes in statutes, so on and so forth. So with that, in mind. So these are basically the things that I want you guys to take away that I hope to convey throughout this presentation. The first thing is we have a lot of water district creation modification that we're going to need to do here in the next, well, from here on out, as far as I can see. And so how we carry that out, we prioritize where we create these districts and how we do it based on a balance of our needs and our resources. And I wanted to talk about what our current priorities are. And again, I wanted to talk a little bit about what it really takes to create a water district and get it running and keep it running. And talk a little bit about how we can maybe make the process a little bit better, or think about whether it needs to change in some ways. So why do we need to create these water districts? Why do we create water districts? And there's pretty much three reasons that I'll kind of go over that as I see it. The first is it's required by statute. Water districts are sort of the main tool that the director has to administer water rights. And so whenever there's an adjudication, we're required to create water districts. We're required to divide the state into water districts. This quote here is 42604. There's a second paragraph to that says that basically gives gives the director some pretty broad authority in how those districts are structured. But the bottom line is, when we have an adjudication, we have to create water districts, and it's in our interest to create water districts because we put a lot of effort into those adjudications to define the water rights, and then we need to carry those out. So with respect to the adjudications, the SRBA was completed about 12 years ago, and we created quite a few water districts. You can see here in yellow, these are the areas where we currently have water districts. Many of these were created as a result of the SRBA. But there are water districts that were created from earlier adjudications. And going forward, we'll have more adjudications. And when those wrap up, we will be creating water districts in those areas, and potentially concurrently with some districts in the SRBA. So those other adjudications, the Bear, as I understand it, is supposed to be completed sometime after 2033, the Kootenai sometime after 2034, Clark Fork Pend Oreille a little bit sooner, 2031. I've seen some of the schedules that the adjudication folks have put together. And although the Palouse and Coeur d'Alene Spokane River adjudications have largely been completed, the director's reports have been submitted, but they're still taking late claims, and the final unified decree hasn't been issued. So it's a little premature for me anyway to be thinking about what to prioritize in those areas. But certainly, so my focus throughout this presentation is going to be looking at our water district creation activities in the SRBA. But certainly, to the extent that these adjudications are far enough along and that there's a need, our priorities could shift, and we may need to create water districts in, northern Idaho or the Bear as things move on. And my history has been mostly in Western region, so I'm not as familiar with Northern region and the Bear as maybe some other people are. So I know there probably are some areas that people have in mind that are going to be needs there. So reason number one is required by statute. And reason number two is all the traditional reasons, right? So I put this slide in here because it's sort of an obligatory image that we have to put in every presentation almost for water delivery, but it exemplifies that, the reasons that we tend to prioritize some areas over others is we need to focus our resources on places with need. Conflict and scarcity go hand in hand. So that figures into priorities for water districts. And, this idea is probably the reason why there's the statutory requirement, or at least part of it. So And then third reason, I like to think that there's kind of a third reason for creating water districts. And historically, you know, or traditionally, those first two reasons, they kind of work together in harmony, I guess. Folks fought over water rights from a particular stream, and so the water rights got adjudicated. And then a water district was created and went in to administer those water rights. Well, it seems like these days we have some other complications. We'll talk more about some of those things later, but after the general adjudication of the SRBA, we have situations that sometimes require water districts where we otherwise might not have seen a priority. We've got things like conjunctive management calls, moratorium, groundwater supply concerns. We've got agreements with tribes, the federal government, and other entities that we want to and need to implement. So I kind of think about these reasons as sort of non-traditional sort of reasons to drive why we're creating water districts. Nevertheless, they are real drivers, and these are some of the things that I kind of look at when I'm thinking about where we're going to be going with creating water districts. So what do we have going on in the state right now? In this image, you can see the SRBA here in the crosshatch and where the existing water districts are and where the future adjudications are going on. But looking at this, you can see the areas that we have water districts. Looks like we've got a very large part of the state covered, but that might be just a little bit misleading because not all of these water districts administer both surface and groundwater. So when we're thinking about administration of water rights for these various reasons, we kind of need to look at the water districts as to whether they're administering surface water or groundwater. So in this slide, you can see in gray here the existing water districts that administer surface water. And you can see some large areas where we don't have water districts that administer the surface water. And much of this stuff is in areas where there has, I guess, historically been little use or conflict. You know, Basin 51's a lot of rangeland out here, the Oahe's wilderness, that kind of thing. A lot of these, there's some ranching up in here. And I guess I also kind of wanted to point out that some of these existing surface water districts are, they're a little bit, a lot of them were created based on, you know, very old local adjudications, and then they sort of evolved over time. So more of the modern water districts, we have orders that create the water district and define its boundaries and define its scope and things like that. But some of these older districts were created from decrees 100 years ago, and maybe they've been in operation ever since and have modified their processes and kept up to speed. But some of them have even gone inactive over the years. And so we technically have water districts in some of these places, but we don't have water masters, and, you know, we don't really have a good foundation for what they actually do. So as we create water districts, these areas are going to be areas that we kind of need to maybe revisit. And some of those things include some of these areas, like Water District 1's another good example where it was created and modified over the years. But there are some water rights that are tributary to the Snake River in this stretch here from Springs and so forth that have historically not been regulated by Water District 1. So we may need to look into modifying that. And I guess James has had some discussions with the Committee of 9 about how that might look, just as an example. So this slide here is similar to the last one, only this depicts existing water districts that administer groundwater. And pretty much all of these water districts were created or modified following the Snake River Basin adjudication, or during the Snake River Basin adjudication and then beyond. And I don't think that there are any districts outside of the SRBA that administer groundwater, maybe with the exception of 13T is a little district that bridges between Basin 29 and Basin 13, and they administer groundwater. But so this is basically the extent of groundwater administration currently in the state. And you can see all of these water districts that administer groundwater, rather. You can point to the specific reason maybe why we created a lot of these. You know, we have the Wild and Scenic Agreement in the Upper Salmon. We've had conjunctive management issues around here. Basin 34 is what it is. Basin 37, again, kind of tied to the ESPA, and then other areas are related to maybe concerns about water supply issues. And you know, water district it's a good structure for getting things in place to collect information and prepare for groundwater management plans and things of that nature. So there are reasons why we've created them. But you can see there are other areas here where we don't have groundwater administration, where we're gonna want it. So that in mind, the areas that I've been looking at that we're focusing on for groundwater administration, there's really two drivers that are driving, I guess. The first is the ESPA conjunctive management calls, and you can see the original ESPA boundary here in orange and the existing boundary in green. And this black line is the extent of the tributary basins. And so our objective is to look into bringing all of these tributary basins that divert groundwater under water master control, so that we're prepared in the event they need to be administered as part of the conjunctive management call. So that's why those are priority. Additionally, these areas over here, primarily trust water areas, groundwater that's tributary to the Snake River below Milner, and also the crosshatched area is the Snake River Basin moratorium area. So you can see it largely overlaps with the ESPA and the trust water issues. And so because we have a moratorium and because we have the need to regulate groundwater to deliver water rights for the Murphy to Swan Falls reach, we have prioritized those areas for creating water districts to administer groundwater. And also, you know, likely other drivers will emerge over time. We don't have a whole lot of a need to administer groundwater in parts of the state, either because there isn't a lot of groundwater use or there isn't a lot of conflict. Although, just give it time, I suppose, because other drivers will emerge over time. Like if I had to guess, I'd say, you know, some of these areas in Basin 63, whether it's a conjunctive management that happens someday, or if we've got these areas maybe south of Lake Lowell where we've got groundwater supply concerns, those are reasons why we might want to create ground or water districts to administer groundwater in those areas. Similarly, for administering surface water, we've got, again, this time we have sort of three drivers. And for the same reasons as I just talked about for groundwater, we need to make sure that the surface water deliveries in those same areas are under water master control and are adequate. And so we're prioritizing surface water in the areas tributary to the ESPA and in the areas tributary to the Snake River between Milner and Murphy. And I guess the third driver that I was thinking about was, you know, these agreements, as I mentioned earlier. So for this, I got a couple of things in mind. You know, we've got the agreement that established these trust water rights. We've got the Nez Perce agreement up here, and of course the board owns a lot of minimum stream flow rights. And I guess we've been getting a little bit of pressure, and you guys would know better than me, from the tribes maybe to start looking at creating water districts up here. So those areas are sort of on the radar also as a third area. and other agreements like the Wild and Scenic Agreement that contemplated creating water districts in the Upper Salmon. However, there's also some requirements in there that, as needed, will create water districts in other areas to report and ensure compliance with water rights and things along that nature. So those are on the radar for that. So those are our priority areas. And before we kind of talk a little bit about what the schedule is going to be for accomplishing water master control in those areas, I think it's important that we all understand what it takes to create a water district or to bring areas under water master control. And it speaks to that I guess third point in my first slide, that creating and operating these water districts is very resource intensive. Department staff are involved in every part of creating a water district. And so to put this in perspective, it takes about 3 years from when we start the process of creating a water district to when we actually hold the hearing and issue the order to create a water district. And that's usually the easy part. We can create notices, we can hold a hearing, we can write an order, and we have the district. But making that district work long-term is a very long and difficult process, and we'll talk a little bit about why. That typically takes another 2 to 3 years. So you're looking at 1 to 4 years before you have a water district that's really up and running. Of course, a lot of things come into play with that. So the things that we do, why these things take so long, is these water districts are local organizations, and they're operated largely by water users, and so we need to have the water users on board. So we typically reach out to water users early on, 6 months, a year before we contemplate holding a hearing to develop a steering committee and get people on board, and we hold public information meetings so that these users aren't taken by surprise. And we try to get people on board and try to get some local effort behind things so that they can take these districts and be successful with them. And then once we've kind of got things in place and we're ready with the steering committee and the local users, there's statutory prescription, I say, for creating a water district. 10 days for a notice, we hold a hearing, another 10 days for written comments, and then we issue an order, and that creates the district. As I said, that's kind of the easy part, right? And after that, depending on the time of year and how far along we've gotten with the steering committee, the next step would be to hold an annual meeting, elect a water master, things like that. And that could be several months out. So that sort of stretches the timeline of these things out a little bit too. And these steering committees and this preparation, there's a lot that goes into it. They need to find water masters and staff locally. Sometimes they need to find office spaces. They need to talk about what the local conditions are that they need to address, how much people they want to present to the users at the annual meeting for a budget. Nevertheless, eventually we hold the first meeting, and once that happens, the users elect a water master, and they get appointed by the director and by the department. And this is when their work kind of starts. There's work they need to do to set up the organization. They have to do all of the paperwork, the filing, the employment documents, get a bank account, register the organization with all those people, start working to collect the assessments, to get some money to run the district. And this seems pedestrian, but it is important stuff to do, and a lot of people don't necessarily know how to do it. So the department staff are very much involved in working with these guys to get these kind of things set up and to get these things going. So the first year then is typically spent training the water master, the treasurer, and any other staff, and really to do an inventory of kind of what's on the ground in the district. Some of this we can do ahead of time, but some of it kind of depends on how the district is actually established. So this first season, the water master's out there finding out what's really on the ground, and they require a lot of training from department staff, and the department can provide them with water rights lists, and then a lot of what we have to do, and like I said, this is kind of part of the hard part of getting these things going, is the department and the water master need to work to reconcile the water rights with what's on the ground. And a lot of these things, it's been a long time since the adjudication. A lot of changes happen on the ground. A lot of water rights authorize things that users don't even use. So this first year, the water master in the inventory reveals all those situations where the actual use isn't quite consistent with the face of the water right. And sometimes those users need to file transfers to bring things into agreement. And sometimes the water master just needs to know that, hey, of these 7 points of diversion, this user only uses 1. So this is the one that I got to worry about. Or this particular water right's not being used, things of that nature. And again, finding out who owns the properties. A lot of that comes out when they're trying to collect the assessments. A lot of that comes out when they're doing the inventory. And just, this is an ongoing theme with the department. When we send out mailings, at least from our section, we get about 20-25% returned mail. That means about a quarter of the water right records that we have are out of date, and so this happens more and more as you get farther and farther away from the adjudication when they've collected all that information. So this happens in the first year, and sometimes during the first year is when we need to give the water master the other tools that he needs, which is requiring measurement control for the diversions in the district. And we typically give people, a reasonable amount of time to come into compliance. So that's at least a year. And as the water master does his inventories and the information comes in, that really informs, how we can work with these users to get measurement control in place. And even if we give people a year or so to come into compliance, typically it's not everybody does. And it all depends on the users that you're working with and how effective you've been at reaching out to them ahead of time and things like that. So these things do take time. So it takes a while to create these districts. It's not very smooth. Oftentimes we do our best, and I've kind of tried to give some thought here to what it is about water districts that takes the time and that is causing us some delay, and what could maybe be done a little bit better. So if we think about what a water district is, it's an instrumentality. It's kind of an extension of the department. The department supervises everything, but the users are the ones that elect the water master, that set the budget, that do all of the on-the-ground things for how it works. And I think that model was set up intentionally. These statutes, 604, I think, was originally enacted in like 1903. So it puts a lot of weight on the water users to operate their own district. The idea is local solutions, local control, local water master with oversight by the department. And I think intentionally they sort of limited the director's authorities here. So that can create some tension, I guess, in these modern times when we don't have necessarily just local interests and local issues, but we still have water districts that are locally funded and largely locally self-directed. So what I say is issues are increasingly non-local. Water practices are changing, and the job of a water master is becoming more complex. Local interests and larger interests don't always align. So what that translates into is the department has to spend a lot of time working with these water districts, both while we're creating them and after they've been created, to try to get things moving in the way that the director needs them to be moving. And sometimes that's easy and sometimes that's difficult. So whether it's a brand new district or whether it's an existing district, we spend a lot of time working with them to try to get them to meet the minimum requirements oftentimes. And this is increasingly difficult when we've got districts where you've got water users that operate a small water district and they collect their own budget and they pay their own water master. And of course, they're trying to save money. And so they don't, you've got a part-time water master and they don't have a very large budget. But now we need to ask them to curtail their water rights to supply water to somebody 100 miles downstream, right? And that person downstream isn't paying at all for that privilege to these guys anyway. And so that's a little bit more difficult. And when they elect a water master that is part-time and that maybe isn't as well versed in these things, it requires a lot more training and a lot more oversight by the department. So to counter that, when we create new districts, we tend to invest very heavily in working with the water masters and working with the users and helping them get reasonable budgets and good resolutions and helping to get the water masters and the staff trained. And then even after that, after we get somebody trained up and we get them off on their own, we get measuring devices and controlling works in place, we still need to be involved for a long time because it's very easy for these districts to, start looking at their own local interests and trying to cut costs, and then suddenly they're not able to perform the things that we need them to perform. So it's very intensive on the department to support these water districts and to keep them operating at a functional level. And so because of this intensity and how much effort it takes and how much time it takes to work with these users, it takes a very long time to get these things going, and that impacts how much we can get done and when we can get them done. So with all of that in mind, what are some of the things that we found? We have had successes with economies of scale. So larger water districts, districts that can adopt a budget, and districts that are complex enough to hire somebody who sticks around, who gets a living wage, who is willing to work with the department and willing to work with the users, really takes a lot of the burden off of the department for the ongoing support. You can train the guy and then you don't have to be looking over his shoulder quite as much. So that's one strategy. So what we've done is we've learned to lean on kind of larger districts and on expanding existing districts. That way we reduce startup training and district setup. We get more stability. We leverage economies of scale. We don't have to do quite so much training. We learn to do those things to try to make these things smoother and faster. But of course, challenges always remain. The water users are at the heart of, what drives a lot of these things. If the water users aren't on board, if they're not willing to cooperate and be invested and be informed in their water district, then it's going to be very difficult to keep things moving forward. When you've got water users and water districts that maybe don't have the money to install and maintain adequate measuring devices and controlling works and fund a budget, it can be very difficult. So it can still take a lot of department resources to help support and maintain these districts. So with all of that in mind, with the idea that we have a lot of districts to create and they are necessarily time consuming and resource intensive, what is our plan actually? So right now, our priority, as I said, for the next couple of years, groundwater in the eastern basins. We're anticipating modifying existing water districts 100, 110, and 120. And those districts already have department water masters. They're already established. We've got those economies of scale. Many of the users in those adjoining basins are already members of these existing districts. And so we think we we'll get some efficiency in getting those things going. So I've spoke a little bit with Eastern Region staff and the water masters, and they're on board with this, and they agree that they think we can get all these districts in and operating within a couple of years. In fact, we intend to hold notice and hold a hearing proposing to modify Water District 120 sometime. I think the hearing is anticipated for September. So I would imagine those users would be, and that's for Palisades and Willow Creek and Rock Creek and many of those districts. So that'll be a huge chunk, although it's not necessarily a lot of water rights. So I think we can get that one done. The tributary to the ESPA, Clover, Littlewood, and Wagon Creek, those are relatively small areas that are adjacent to existing water districts. If we wind up having to create a water district out of whole cloth, that could be time consuming. But as I mentioned before, I think the users will come to their own conclusion that having their own water district, having to establish their own office and pay their own water master and pay their own workers' comp and that kind of stuff may be offset by becoming a part of a larger adjoining district. So hopefully we can get those going. We'll work those in with the rest of the priorities that we have here. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we anticipate leveraging some existing water districts for the remaining surface water that's tributary to the Snake, above Milner and below. We have talked about doing things like proposing modifying Water District 01 to create sort of an umbrella water district similar to the 170 model, and then creating or modifying maybe other districts as sub-districts within there. Those discussions are ongoing and or ready to start. The trust water areas down below Milner, again, there's opportunity there to modify some existing water districts. Water District 2 is a good example for some of those surface water rights that are tributary up in the Bruno and things like that. And Basin 61, maybe we could modify Water District 161 to also administer surface water. And if we can do that, then that'll shorten the timeline quite a bit for getting these things done. And some of the other basins that I've looked at, might take a little bit longer, again, if we have to create water districts from whole cloth down there. And so I think probably the priority in that area for ground and surface water is probably Basin 47 or modifying Water District 02. So long and short of it is, it seems like from what I could dissect out of it, we've got probably 5 or 6 districts to modify or create. And if they take, 3 or 4 years to get them done, or 2 to 4 years, then we're looking at probably about 2035 at the earliest, where these will all be in water districts. Of course, a lot of that depends on exactly how we proceed and how well things go. So what's the takeaway then? My conclusion is that we'll be, as I said, continuously creating water districts to administer the water rights that are decreed across the state in the SRBA, the Bear, and the Snake River, and the Northern Idaho adjudications for a very long time to come. And that process will take decades and lots of resources, and we will do whatever we can to shift. And we know that priorities will shift as different things pop up over time. But there is an opportunity to improve the process, and we've talked about things like streamlining water master training and maybe finding some way to consolidate district setup. And I don't know if some of these things would need statutory changes, or there's a lot of different ways to skin these cats, So other opportunities, additional resources, either for the department or for the districts or for others, perhaps, funding for the districts to help support them, maybe some other form of personnel or capital support. Maybe we do need to change some things in statutes. As I have said I've come to believe that the statutory model is maybe not quite aligned with local needs. And so we could do some changes. Not sure exactly what those are, but we're definitely looking at that. And I was told to be prepared for the question, how can the Water Resource Board help in this regard? And I've always been told that the best defense is a good offense. And so I thought I would pose that question to you guys. How do you guys think you can help? But you don't have to answer that necessarily. So my thoughts, where you guys have access to a lot of these water users, you have access to a lot of the legislators and the water user community, and you can certainly provide input and help come up with some ideas for how to make these things work better for all of us, right? Because we don't want burdensome water districts, and we don't want to have water districts that just satisfy some statutory requirement that don't actually do anything useful. So I think the Resource Board has some resources that can help us come up with a good solution for that. So again, this is what I hoped to convey, that we have a lot of water districts to create and what our priorities are, and that those priorities can change. And hopefully now we've got a better understanding of exactly why it takes so much time and resources to start and maintain a water district. And I wanted to kind of plant the seed that there's opportunity for improvement, and that I think the time is ripe for it. So with that, I would welcome any questions.
Okay, any questions? Joanne?
Mr. Chairman Raybould, Nick, I have a question. Do you consider, or have you considered, areas where the board's minimum stream flow rate is not currently being met as a priority area in the future? I understand where the priority areas, why they were defined, and I agree with them. But I do think that there's other areas of the state that have been adjudicated that maybe where the board is not meeting the minimum stream flow rate, that we consider them.
Absolutely. Yeah, those upper basins, the salmon and the Clearwater, the upper 70s and the 81 through 86 salmon and Clearwater, those are areas where, maybe we hadn't contemplated water districts much in the past, but say the Wild and Scenic Agreement, the Nez Perce Agreement, those things were 20 years ago that those things were signed. And since that time, there's been quite a bit of development in some of those basins. And certainly, if there are minimum stream flows that aren't being met, that's one of the reasons why we would need a water right, or a water district, is to ensure that water is delivered in priority. So that's absolutely one of the priority areas. I didn't spend a lot of time talking about it because I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on what the timeline might be, other than it might be one of those things that takes a little while to do, just because people up in that area maybe haven't been exposed to water districts quite as much. It might take some time to get the water users together and get people on board to start working towards a water district. But certainly that's one of the areas that we're looking at.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think we're good. Thanks for that presentation, Nick.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, I believe we have James Cepolo, the Eastern Idaho Regional Manager for IDWR. Welcome, James.
Thanks. So I'm pretty flexible, Mr. Chairman, on my presentation. I know lunch is here. I can be 5 minutes. I can be an hour. I won't be an hour.
I think we're fine. I think I know everybody's chomping at the bit to get up to the Teton Dam site, but I think we need to take a minute and let you make your presentation.
Oh. Great, thank you. So it's been a while since I was able to present in this type of a setting. In fact, I think it's probably been a couple of years. I was asked to introduce myself. I've done this before. The board really hasn't changed since that time. I grew up in Brigham City, so just about 30 miles south of the Idaho-Utah state line in the Bear River drainage. And so I'm pretty familiar with the Bear River drainage. That's kind of my stomping grounds. I've been with the department since 2007, so almost 20 years. And I've been region manager since 2019. And I should say I serve as a hearing officer. That's a lot of what I do day to day is contested cases and trying to help mediate those. And if they can't be mediated, then seeing those through the contested case process. And I serve as an alternate Bear River commissioner. I included a picture of Mount Olympus here a couple weeks ago. I was with a youth group and we hiked Mount Olympus, and that's 4,500 feet of elevation gain in 4 miles. It's steep. So somebody who was with me said it's like Mount Bora. I've never hiked Mount Bora, but unlike the picture, there was no snow. It was 105 degrees the day we hiked it. Everybody survived. We got them all down off the mountain. So that's just something that I guess I do for fun. Our regional structure hasn't changed. We still have 26 people in our eastern region, but that includes 6 agents or staff who are in the Preston field office. We only have 1 vacancy right now. We're hoping to get that filled maybe here in just a couple weeks. And luckily haven't had a lot of turnover, even in the last couple of years. We've seen some turnover in the Preston field office, which is unfortunate, but we're fully staffed there. And I'll touch on some adjudication things. So really, yeah, just 3 topics that I wanted to touch on, things that we as a region have been working on this year. Number 1 is curtailment. Number 2 is drought related work. And then number 3 is adjudication. So I'm not going to give you the full history of the Surface Water Coalition delivery call. I think you guys are familiar with that. Just kind of touch on a few things. So last year, 2025, based on the 6th methodology order and kind of some severe drought conditions that set in 2025, the curtailment level reached its maximum possible extent, which is October 1900. So what that means is that all groundwater rights that are junior to October 1900 were curtailed unless those rights were enrolled in an approved mitigation plan. So that's really everybody. There are very few groundwater rights that are predate 1900, right? The good news is, though, at that time, the 2024 settlement agreement was in place, and so most groundwater rights and groundwater users were not affected by the summer 2025 curtailment because they were enrolled in an approved mitigation plan. As we moved into 2026, I want to share this map. We've seen this map quite a bit, and at least in the big screen, it doesn't come through really well. We've got a couple different boundaries here. We've got an orange boundary, which is a smaller boundary. That was the original ESPA area having a common groundwater supply. That's kind of a term of art. In some circles, you could just call it like the impact zone, right? Number of years ago, it's probably 3, maybe 4 years ago now, the legislature actually expanded that area of common groundwater supply by law to be the green outline. And so what happened is in 2026, as you guys know, the drought conditions didn't change. So as we moved into summer 2026, the curtailment level was still 1900. But we brought on a whole bunch of new people because this zone that now is between the orange and the green were now subject to those annual curtailment orders. And that is a lot of people. You can see that it included the Big Lost drainage all the way up to Mackey Dam, but then all along the eastern side of the ESPA, it brought in the Rexburg Bench, it brought in Ryrie area, Ammon foothills, all the way down and even down to Pocatello up to the Incan Gap. And so that's a lot of groundwater rights that had not been historically subject to delivery calls that became subject to the delivery call. So, and many of those water users in that zone that were brought in were not part of existing groundwater districts. So they were not automatically covered by that 2024 mitigation plan. So just a few numbers. For the summer 2026 curtailment list, we had approximately 930 water rights on that list, and about 750 of those were in our Eastern Regional Office area. The rest would have been out of the Southern Twin Falls office. So we kind of felt like our effort would have been dedicated to those 750 water rights. We have a gentleman in our office, Blake Jordan, who serves as a water master for Water District 100, 110, and 120, which covers most of these areas too. So we spent, maybe I should back up. One of the things that we did is because we knew that drought was likely to continue on through 2026. We knew that the curtailment levels weren't going to change. We actually spent time in the winter contacting a lot of these 750 water users to say, hey, you need to know, come April 1st, you're not going to be able to divert water unless you join a groundwater district or join some other approved mitigation plan. And so we were able to work through a lot of this outside of the irrigation season, which was helpful. Now, here are the kind of the current numbers, the current status of the 2026 curtailment effort. And it's shown, the current numbers are there on the far right. So of the 930, we're down to, about 96 water rights that are left unresolved right now. And of those, 50 are in our eastern region, the rest would be in Twin Falls. But you can see there are a couple different categories here. 54% would be considered curtailment unnecessary. Now that means curtailment unnecessary, there's a footnote here. Examples include rights that meet the domestic exemption now. Here, a year ago, the domestic exemption changed, and now a few more people may fit within that domestic exemption that didn't fit in there before. And these would be people that also are members of groundwater districts. And so as we contacted people and they joined the district, they then were shuffled into this first category, curtailment unnecessary. Second category is curtailed by user. In some cases, the systems just aren't used. We go out and there's not even a pump in the well anymore, or they might be systems where the water user voluntarily just says, I'm not going to pump my groundwater. Perhaps they have surface water on the same acres and they're able to just use their canal water and not turn on the groundwater well. And then this also includes a category of people that say, well, hey, I might have a 5-acre irrigation right that I, could irrigate pasture behind my house out of my domestic well, but I'm going to agree to just limit my use to a domestic exemption, essentially just lawn and garden, half an acre of lawn and garden around my home. So that's that group. And then, like I said, we still have maybe about 10% that we're still trying to track down. I did want to mention how difficult this work is, as was touched on in somebody else's presentation. Ownership records are not always up to date. And so the people that own the property now maybe didn't even get the curtailment notice. And oftentimes when we finally get a hold of people, sometimes by knocking on their door, they're people that have never heard of the surface water fluid, never have heard of groundwater districts or mitigation plans. It's all new to them. Some of them don't even know that they own a water right or even know what a water right is. And so having that kind of ground level up discussion with 900 people, it can be pretty taxing. It's a lot of work to walk people through all that, but we're getting there. We're almost through it. The next thing I wanted to touch on is drought. And this chart is something that you guys who are irrigators in the upper Snake River Basin are familiar with. This is something that Water District 1 puts out on a weekly basis. I find it actually really helpful. It shows just the total reservoir contents. And so this is all of the major reservoirs in the upper Snake. And what you can see, the blue line represents this year. The green line represents last year, and the red line represents the long-term average. So at the beginning of the irrigation season, we were tracking about 500,000 acre feet short as far as total contents of where we were last year. And another thing that I think is pretty telling, we hit the peak in early April. Whereas generally, you hit the peak of reservoir contents in late June. And so we were well ahead of average as far as peak contents. And then once that reservoir storage started being used, you could see we tracked a lot farther down. We were almost 1 million acre feet lower than where we were last year through most of the early summer. And, you know, storage use is dropping off just a little bit now. But if you follow that blue line on a natural trajectory, you'd say we're going to be out of storage by the end of August, right? It's not a good outlook for storage and a reservoir carryover. Here's the same information in a table. You can look kind of reservoir by reservoir to see what the daily use is, what the percent remaining is, and overall, at the time, this information is now more than a week old. We were 38% left. I just looked up, Water District 1 released their weekly report yesterday. The current reservoir contents now are at 31%, and it's being drafted at 24,500 acre feet per day. And so we're still dropping very quickly. Now, as you guys know, we can't hit zero. It just physically, I don't know that we can ever actually make it to zero. What will happen is canals will just run out of storage and they'll shut off. And we've seen that with a couple canals already, that they have exhausted their supply. They don't have natural flow to stay on anymore. And so they're just shut off their canals. And we expect a couple more will shut off here this week. Another thing that happens when there is drought is the director, in connection with the governor, can issue drought declarations. On April 13th of this year, the governor did something, I don't know if it's unprecedented, but I've not seen it, and I think it would be pretty rare, to declare drought for the entire state. And as we were looking across the state, snowtail sites and snowpack was looking for in every basin in the state. And so governor and the director went ahead and declared drought. There are a couple interesting things, I think, out of that drought declaration that are worth pointing out. You can read that in that first one, that all basins in Idaho, except for the Big Wood, Little Wood, Big Lost, and Little Lost, which is weird because they're usually like the donut hole of no snow. For whatever reason, they have some high elevation peaks there. They got a little bit more snow than everybody else this year. But all of the other basins registered below the 20th percentile for snowtail, and with 7 basins in the 2nd percentile. Whereas these abnormally low snowpack levels were primarily attributed to the 2nd warmest snow accumulation season since 1896, with only 1933 being warmer. And the April 1st snowpack was the lowest on record according to the NRCS, with 54 snow courses and 45 reporting record low snowpack values. So that just gives you a flavor of what we were dealing with the snowpack this year. I think many of you already knew that. When drought is declared, it opens up the opportunity for water users to pursue drought emergency transfers. We also call them temporary changes. And so we do receive quite a few of those in our eastern region. Wanted to just give you a highlight there. We reviewed and approved some in the Henry's Fork, a couple in Portland River and in the ESPA. The most activity we see always is out of the Big Lost Basin. Those water users, for whatever reason, are very familiar with temporary changes. And once drought is declared, we see kind of the same people come in and pursue those drought changes. Nick touched on water district creation. I don't know that I have a lot to add to that. He also said, I think the vision maybe is to expand water districts 100, 110, and 120 into the kind of the upper extent of some of those periphery basins. And while it may be a huge expansion geographically and area-wise, there really aren't a lot of groundwater rights in those upper basins. And so it'd be bringing on kind of a large area, but a small group of water users. And we're going to support Nick and his group in that effort. The next thing I wanted to touch on is the Bear River Basin adjudication. And we have, this map gives an overview of those basins that are included in the Bear River adjudication. You can see some of the key cities, Montpelier all the way on the right-hand side, Soda Springs, Grace, Preston. Those are all the Bear River drainage proper. But the adjudication will also pick up the Malad River drainage, which is Malad City, and it will also include Deep Creek in the Curlew Valley, which is Basin 17 all the way to the farthest left or west. We've already sent the claim notice of the adjudication and invited people to come in and file claims in all of basins 11 and 13. And so you can see the dates on there. This started back in October of 2023, and the most recent one was February 2025. So that's a huge effort, just inviting people to come into the Preston office, sit down with staff, file their claims. We've done that. So we feel like we have a good handle on all the claims that will be filed in basins 11 and 13. We currently have 7,000 claims filed within the Bear River adjudication. Preston Field Office has now turned their attention to preparing recommendations in Basin 11, Part 1. Want to jump back to this map. So Part 1 is what's shown in yellow, and there's been a little bit of adjustment. Some basins have kind of been excluded, like the Thomas Fork is going to be saved, and so it's not really a true straight line anymore, but I don't know that that matters. They've been working hard on completing those recommendations. We're nearing completion on that. About 1,500 claims that we're reviewing as part of Basin 11 Part 1. Initially, we thought, I think when I even prepared this, we were still on track to maybe do August 31st as a preliminary director's report. We met here this week and decided maybe we're going to extend that just a little bit. We want to make sure that those recommendations are accurate. We don't want to push them through and be regretting and having to work through that through the objection process. So at some point, once that preliminary director's report is issued, it opens up a notice of error process where the water users themselves can just come and have a discussion with the department and say, hey, I think you got something wrong on this recommendation. Let's get it adjusted. Ultimately, we'll want to have the director's report to the court by the end of the year. Well, that's the same thing. And those were the things I had. This is my last pictures. We as a family, I've got 3 kids that play soccer, and we won the World Cup ticket lottery or whatever. So we got to go see the Netherlands play in Kansas City. And so we were pulling for the Netherlands, but they didn't do very well. Oh, they did okay. They did okay. We wanted to move involved. So I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Yeah, so these pictures you took, right?
No. Great.
Were you up in the top row?
We were up in the upper stand.
Was it raining that day?
And it was. Everybody was in ponchos. It was a rain game, but it was still lots of goals scored, so we had a good time.
Okay, any questions pertinent to the presentation? Okay.
How much medical attention on this? Did you need getting up and off Mount Olympus? Did you have to call a helicopter?
It got kind of scary at the very end with that heat. We didn't think that the heat would affect us as much as it did, but we got down. Yeah.
Dean.
So does your Curlew Basin, does it go all the way over and hook up with the Raft River Basin on the adjudication?
It does.
So everything in that whole bottom, everything to get, well, Utah's no man's land, but you get.
That's right. As you come up the freeway up and over I-84, as you come out of the Raft River, you drop into the Curlew, and that's going to be that last basin we do.
Right.
Just not real detailed, but the Port Neff expansion area looked to be real narrow. What was the that was based on the modeling, I guess?
Yeah, Chairman, Mr. Olmstead. At this point, the department is confident that there is connection in that lower, there's a name for it, the lower Port Neff River Valley aquifer, and that extends up to the Inkom Gap. The department is undertaking a study right now to evaluate marsh Valley and Downey and the upper Fort Knife River to see what connection that has to the
The
ESPA.
only reason I asked, I got chewed out by Senator Guthrie, about 4 or 5, maybe 6 years ago for, theoretically shutting his water off, but not his neighbors who were up the hill from him.
And he lives right there in that area. That's right.
Yeah.
I told her it wasn't me.
You're not the only one he's had conversations with.
I blamed it on Gary Spackman, but not on you anymore.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Appreciate the report. Appreciate your attendance here with us today. Okay, I think with that, we can adjourn.
Yeah, lunch is here on the back counter back there. We probably ought to set a time to meet out at the front doors to load up to go to the Teton Dam site. Maybe 1:15.
Yeah.
That sound good?
Okay, 1:15, all right, well. Grab our sandwich and be ready. Yeah, we're adjourned.